Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament with all of your favorite OGN pros battling it out here tonight. To get things started, my name is Reed Rapid Melton. Joining me is my co-caster, Dan Egad Caruso. We'll be bringing you guys your favorite OGN superstars, Faker, Space, Watch, Mad Life, and the gang. Everybody is going to be playing in this tournament. I'm excited to get things underway. How are you, Dan?
Doing swell. Finally fully rested up for this. Went to bed at like 8 p.m. Woke up at like 2:30 and I'm ready to go.
Exactly. Adjusting my sleep schedule was one of the harder portions of this tournament because we had to do it last time and then there were a few days in between. So hope you guys did not forget what you watched on the first day of the Solo King. And if you did, of course, Azubu has you covered. Of course, continuing coverage of the Solo King tournament brought to you by our friends at Esportspedia. You can find all the brackets, information, links, and everything you need to know over there for the Solo King. So to wrap up what happened on day number 1, we had Someday with a 2-0 over Lilac, Nagne with a 2-0 score over Sonstar, and then of course Someday 2-1 to Nagne in the final. So it was a lot of success for KT Rolster there. And the success continued for KT Rolster as Hachani took out Bliss 2-1. And Marin with a win over Peekaboo 2-1, leading into Marin's inevitable 2-0 victory over Hachani in the finals. So Marin advanced, Someday advances, and tonight we bring you guys 8 more your favorite OGN players, and a few who haven't quite made it there yet. A couple of members of IM's female roster, IM Athena.
I am Athena, yeah. So yeah, some of the female players, it's going to be fun. You got, to start it off, it's going to be Reem, I believe, versus Pure, and then Pilot versus Going, and then Watch versus Arrow in the second, part of this bracket, and then you got Lil Bunny taking on Trace, so some interesting performances.
Going actually the LPL player. This is Goong.
Oh my god.
Missing 1-0 from his name. Otherwise,
excuse me for messing that one up.
Yeah, Goong, though, arguably the player that I am most excited to watch here tonight. The Goong versus Pilot series should be one of the best of the evening. And, in fact, to go over a few predictions that we actually had from some Azubu TV sponsored teams. Actually a little bit split on this issue, especially when it comes to that matchup. For Pilot, I was always a little bit upset at Jin Air because they kept starting him instead of Captain Jack, which is one of my favorite players for a very long time, but he's put up some huge numbers. And against Goong, I'll never forget last season of OGN when they had that announcer with a super deep voice and he would say Goong's name every time he started. Oh my god, just give me chills. So I'm excited to see what's about to happen here tonight.
Yeah, I want to see how the female players play as well, and being picked up by IM as a female team is it's pretty cool. I gotta say, I'm always interested to see how they play, and one of my favorite team, the Wings. I'm excited to see Pilot and Trace as well.
Yeah, exactly. Trace tonight, he's kind of got his hands full, and again, there isn't a whole lot of information on the IM Athena roster. From what I could tell, they are one of the best teams in the female league right now. The only problem is that haven't watched a whole lot of those games, so haven't necessarily had too much. I watched one game of IM Athena, and they won, so there's not a whole lot that I can derive from all of that after just one game. So we'll see them play tonight. It's going to be exciting. You see the matchups up there on your screen right now. Your first one of the day will be Rame versus Pure. And when asked to kind of rank the teams or at least give predictions, Azubu TV asked Team Impulse and Team Coast for some of their thoughts on today's matchup. So from Team Impulse, we had Impact, Rush, Adrian, Apollo, and Xiaowei Xiao weighing in. And from Team Coast, there was Impaler, Jez's, Chris, Mashme, and Sheep. And for the first matchup, it was Pure versus Rain, and it was 100% in Pure's favor, I believe it was. So
no surprise.
Yeah, a little bit difficult to call it any other way. Or 90% in his favor, 10% in Raim's favor, and that 10% comes from one vote from Mashme, who voted for I Am Athena's player. So I guess there is still hope there. We'll see if Mashme can pull out the win.
Okay, so we also have Pilot versus Goong, and I actually don't have that link for that page. Mine's old, apparently.
All right, yeah, they did just come out with some
Where
more
is it?
information. So definitely, here, let me go ahead and link that to you. It's
Is this it? I think I found it.
I believe it is, or at least it should be.
Yeah, I got it. I got
Of
it now.
course, you can see the following matchups on your screen, culminating with the last one, which should be up there right now. It is Trace versus Lol Bunny. And once again, Mash Me pulling for the I Am Athena players. Has got Lol Bunny's back here with 90%, all 9 other players asked, leading with Trace here. And I think it's hard to vote against Trace. He hasn't won MVP yet this season for the generic Green Wings, but he's still put up solid numbers, and I'm excited to see exactly what he can bring to us here tonight. We've substituted my former form there in the mid lane. I am no longer a pretty princess. I am a very sharp-dressed Korean gentleman, as you may be able to tell by my accent. But let's go ahead and hop into our first game of the night. Apparently, we've already finished picks and bans, which is a little bit of a surprise to me. But the Garen ban, maybe a little bit. I don't know. How does Garen win 1v1s, Egad? Not too sure about that.
I don't know why you'd ban Garen, but sure, whatever, man. Whatever works for you. I mean, honestly, the passive's pretty good. You can stay back if anything, but you won't be farming, and I'm not sure how I actually feel about that. The picks for the LeBlanc and the Pantheon, though. The Pantheon picked by Reem already. She's looking to just bring out the quote-unquote cheese there, just try to get some really early game harass out. And there's literally nobody who can deal with the spears level 1 unless you're a fully stacked armor like Garen or Malphite or something like that. But LeBlanc, unless he has some armor runes in there, I really don't think he's going to have a good time early. But if he brings it like level 6, he should be able to crush the Pantheon, no problem.
Yeah, exactly. And so Pantheon's block passive won't really be all that super effective versus LeBlanc. It'll block out a little bit of that lane harass, but you're still gonna get exploded, and specifically with no jungle pressure, this just being a straight up 1v1, you don't have to worry about your distortion usage. It used to be like similar with Zed's Living Shadow and Lyssandra's Ice Path. Once you use that skill aggressively, you just got ganked and died, but now you can feel free to distort all you want forward, and you're never going to be punished for it.
Nope. What else is going to be good in this matchup? The chain as well is going to be pretty nice. Being able to keep the Pantheon locked down. Even if he does jump on you, you just chain, distort away, and you're good to go. The fact that the Pantheon has to jump into you makes hitting the chain like 100 times easier. So as soon as the Pantheon jumps, you just drop the chain, you distort away, wait for the chain to latch, and then you can go back in and just keep on harassing. Like, it's going to be a tough time for Raim, I gotta say.
Yeah, and the Pantheon pick isn't necessarily terrible, but at the same time, it's versus an AP matchup, specifically one as strong as LeBlanc, it's gonna be a little bit rough. Now, keep in mind this is jungle versus support matchup, and you can see their character cards on your screen right now. Maybe not a lot of experience with either one of these individual champions, but I mean, Pantheon has been played by a jungler, and I don't think Raim's played it this season, but Pure has some experience on LeBlanc's support from way back in the day when that used to be, a support style that was actually developed in Korea. I was excited to see it then. I'm excited to see it now, but of course it's in a little bit of a different situation here in the mid lane.
Hey man, I played support LeBlanc before it was cool. I'm gonna say that right now. But all right. I mean, he normally plays the Andy, the Braum, Thresh, and Lulu, so it's nothing too out of the ordinary. He's got some of those burst mages for the supporting role with the Annie and the Lulu, so that's not too bad. If you do build a little bit more AP, either way. I didn't realize that Raim was actually the jungler, so picking up Pantheon's not too bad. Should be pretty familiar from it, like at least solo queue experience. I'm trying to think of what possible route she could go to try to mitigate some of the harass she'd be taking now. Maybe I don't think Doran's Shield's too bad here actually. I think Doran's Shield wouldn't be too bad if she went like no magic mantle and potions. Meh. But we'll just have to wait to see till we're actually in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And we should be loading into that game here in just a second, so don't go anywhere. And, to start things off, I do have to, give some brief stats before we hop into this. We've got, Raim with not a lot of stats behind her name, but with Pure having put up some decent stats in the support role. His CS per minute, maybe not something that's incredibly indicative of his skill, given that he's a support, but let's go ahead and get into our first game of the day. It's going to be Raim versus Pure. Alright, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a Korean 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players. My name is Rapid, with me is Egad, and we're getting out onto the Rift for our first best of 3 of the night as Pure taking on Rain. Of course, Pure support for Najin this season, and while it may say IM down there on the bottom part of your screen, this is actually Raim from IM's female team, IM Athena. So Pantheon versus LeBlanc. A lot of people voting very highly for Pure in this matchup, but we'll see if Rain can pull something out.
I mean, I'm not sure. There's no stats for me to look at for
Exactly.
for her.
It's a mystery. You don't know what to expect.
I mean, I'm just expecting a lot of spears being thrown out there, honestly. But we couldn't see the runes or masteries or anything like that. If she had a little bit more points and some mana regen, some glyphs as well for some mana regen, could making spamming the spears out a little bit easier. I'm looking as close as I can to this stream to try to see if there's extra armor for Pure, and they haven't clicked them yet. I just need to see it. Come on, just click Pure, man.
Yeah, the biggest difference for me comes in the amount of sustain. There's 300 hit points in potions there on Pure. And Raim, you were talking about maybe putting some mana regen in your glyphs, but most Pantheon builds that I've seen start with a Crystalline Flask. So you can get not only a lot of mana back, but the Crystalline Flask and then 3 health potions or 2 health potions, 1 mana afterwards are just going to give you so much sustain in lane that it almost outdoes the amount of damage. And certainly the Doran's Blade start here is going to give you lifesteal, but I don't think there's any way you'll be able to get that much HP back. Going in, there's level 2 for both of them, and you can just see how heavily Rain outtrades there, but I'm not sure this is going to last very much longer. There's an Ignite put down. Rain running back towards her turret. And I think at this point, Pure knows that he's got the matchup won.
Well, apparently I'm like 3 to 5 seconds behind you, so...
All right, well, refreshing probably...
I did. I tried. All
right, well...
It's just doing this for me.
We'll see if we can sync things up here. I may have to, go for a little bit of sync up action, but for the meantime, I guess I'll be able to cover the play-by-play, and we'll see if we can get things.
I mean, after that exchange, Raim just got destroyed. There's no Ignite now for the setup here, but he can TP back to lane if anything goes, like, horrifically wrong. So we'll see. I mean, Rain still has the factor that she has Flash as well as Ignite, so one more all-in could be what actually wins the lane. And also, she's got to be careful that she doesn't get dove here. This is a huge wave. Pure still has a decent amount of health and could just distort away, if anything.
Yeah, at this point, I'm pretty sure he can go back in. There's no health, there's no mana, and there is the kill. Game number 1 going over to Pure. Just had to wait it out. He pretty much had the game won from his first all-in, but here we're going to get a chance to see it one more time. With the chain latching underneath the turret especially, it was just too much damage. No sustain, no resources, and even though there was somewhat of a feigned all-in afterwards, first blood and game number 1 will go to Pure.
I'm not sure why she actually jumped in there. That was a bit of a blunder to me.
I think at that point she was already so far behind. She just had
shouldn't have TP. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, and it was notably a departure away from taking teleport as mid laners, recognizing the 1v1s, unless you're going to go for that early level 2, level 3 all-in, are going to be won by the person who's able to get back to lane with the better buy, using teleport. Of course, if you have to walk all the way back to the lane, unless you're like, Nidalee, you can hop your way back, or Riven, you can get back in the lane using mobility. It's going to make it a little bit rougher. So Pantheon doesn't work out for Raim, and now it's only 1 game left to try to bring herself back in the matchup.
Maybe we'll see her actually go for an AP this time. I believe Caitlyn was banned out. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the bans, but Garen, Not sure why the hell that was banned. Maybe just Pure having some fun, or just ban away something random. I think in any 1v1 matchup, you kind of want to always go for some kind of ranged, but
I think
I
one
don't know why
other
Panth.
option, the Garen ban, it could have been Pure actually just saying, look, I'm going to pick a champion because I'm first pick. That means that she gets the opportunity to, I guess, kind of counter pick, but at the same time, you know, Garen can be a counter pick in some situations. I don't know. Some mystery behind that, but either way, I don't feel like that impacted the results of game number 1 overall all that much. Still a very superior playstyle there, and just early itemization I feel like was really you know, one of the biggest factors in there. If you had seen maybe you know, some heavy magic resistance, maybe even specking in beyond just glyphs there for Raim, and maybe going for a little bit more sustain, I don't know, could have been a good way to win things out, but Pure will take game number 1, and that takes us in here to game number 2. Should be loading into that in just a second, getting into champion select. And last time we didn't get to see the champion selection in picks and bans, so hopefully this time we get a little bit more insight.
What time are you at on the stream? I'm gonna pause right now. I'm at 17:20.
All right, I'm at 25, 23, but that's because I started it at a slightly different time. So I think we're actually going to go over a quick replay of that last all-in from game number 1, just so that we can see it one more time. I think it's probably about as you know,
straightforward as possible.
Straightforward. That's a great word for it.
Yeah, it's nothing too out of the ordinary, quite honestly. So, yeah, she just jumps in, and then he's like, "Oh, you're extended. Here's a nice little sigil, and I'm just gonna distort on top of you, and you're dead."
All right, we'll sync things up once we get a solid clock on the screen and make sure that everything is going the right way. But
you can see on the stream, actually. It's got a nice little timer right there next to the live button.
Well, that's actually dependent on when you start the stream, like when you load it from the beginning, not from the actual beginning. So.
Interesting.
Yeah, mysteries of the universe. But yeah, we'll do our best to sync things up. For right now, we're just kind of chatting about the players. Of course, this is game number 2 coming your way, and unfortunately, bans are already done. But we'll see what Pure actually goes ahead and picks here. He's up 1 game, and this time completely different set of bans. You can see a little bit more serious here. No Rek'Sai, since that was one of Raim's most played champions in the LoL Ladies League. And you can see the bans for Raim include that LeBlanc that Pure played to such great effectiveness in game number 1.
I mean, this time she picked up Quinn, so much better, I guess. You know, you have the ability to blind, you have the dive in and slow, and you bounce off them. Some interesting mechanics could be had from that. The reveal isn't that good, but the Valor form is actually pretty good in a 1v1 scenario too, because that extra bit of burst is pretty good at securing kills. So we'll see.
Exactly, and okay, it looks like we're going to have to load things back in just a second, but at least for the time being, from what I've been seeing, you know, Quinn has a lot more 1v1 potential than I think Pantheon would. The difference, of course, being, is Pure actually going to pick a Graves here? He goes for the 80 carry versus, I guess, semi-80 carry 1v1. That's actually going to be pretty exciting.
Graves versus Quinn? You'd have to... I'm trying to think back to like the 80 carry bot days. Like, Quinn never ever saw play, but when she did, there were some matchups that she could actually win pretty well. And Graves, I don't believe, is one of them, because buckshot and its collateral damage was always just a huge factor.
Yeah, and the blind, especially from Quinn, it's mostly to counter out very auto-attack centric champions. So if you had something like an Aurelia, the blind would be very effective there, because she has no real way of dealing damage to you other than, you know, Blade Surge, but that's just the one of. For Graves, though, he's still able to deal buckshot and collateral damage, like you mentioned, when he hits level 6, and the blind is not going to help you. That no amount of like maneuverability or like vaulting sideways, you're gonna get hit by the damage. And see if she can stand up to that. I always love 1v1s for 80 carries, because it means that, you know, every single little tiny auto attack, every single trade actually matters a lot. So it's going to be exciting to see what these guys come out with, and of course girls respectively. Raim representing I Am Athena. That's going to be awesome to see. Game number 2, because Pure wins this one, then he will advance 2-0 to the next round, and I believe he'll in that next round he'll face the winner of Pilot and Goong.
Yep, and we have some stats for that as well. What do we got here? Pilot and Goong. They're actually pretty close, honestly, in terms of stats. But we'll do that once that game is there. So for now, we see if Pure can go 2-0 or if Incredible Miracle can have a bit of a miracle. I mean, Reem, there's always a lot that the female players have to...
Why do I feel like Incredible Miracle are always put into the position where their name is like very appropriate?
Yeah, it's just always appropriate.
Yeah, kind of at the bottom of the standings at LCK, at least so far this season. Champions have not been very kind to them, and of course they still have yet to define themselves, quite as dominantly as champions. In that matchup, maybe I Am Athena can put one on the board. We're gonna check out the,
if anybody could, it would be them.
Yeah, we're gonna check out some rune pages on the stream right now, and of course, once again, we'll be syncing things up as soon as we load into game. But for now, you can see Raim is running some pretty decent. Actually, I want to say those are. I think that's armor, or is that the 24? Okay, so we have 9 armor. And then we have plus 15 attack damage with some additional stats in there as well. So I'm still trying to figure out exactly what's going on as far as rune pages. Though for masteries, it looks pretty similar. Big difference being no points put into warlords. So that's actually really surprising when you're going for an attack damage based build, not to put at least 1 point for that 2% extra damage from warlord.
That doesn't really make much of a difference. 2% isn't that much. I kind of like it. It's because of how much she can spam out Vault and when she shoots out Valor. I forget what the ability's called, but that's not too bad. I like this kind of build.
Now, it's a very, very different build for Pure. He's gone for 14% attack speed, and then it switched things up. And of course, if you look at the masteries, it's exactly the same. So no changes there. Still 4 points in extra attack speed. No points in Warlord either. And that's actually even more surprising for Graves, where you want every single little bit of attack damage as possible, just because he is a little bit more of a caster-based AD carry.
Interesting. They're running the same masteries too, so. Huh.
It's great minds think alike.
I like it. It's cool. It's gonna be pretty aggressive. I mean, they'll be farming up for a while.
I know I'm going to be changing my masteries up a little bit afterwards. I always thought Warlord was great, but when you don't take it in these 1v1s, maybe not the greatest spell. Of course, both AD carries taking both spell weaving and blade weaving in masteries. So I'm excited to see if maybe that's the new the new way of going. So looks like we should be loading into game number 2 here in this best of 3 series momentarily. Of course, Raim versus Pure. We'll get into that game here in just a second. In just a second. I keep misreading the emphatic hand gestures here. It was worse yesterday, but hopefully we can get the hang of things for game number 2. And of course, for any of the subsequent games, I think we'll have a total of 6 best of 3s coming your way here tonight. Let's get it underway.
One day you'll be I mean, it's so hard to tell.
Okay, so I am going to pause things at about 35 seconds into the stream. So if you go ahead and sync things up, EGAD, we'll go ahead and see where we are at.
35 seconds into the stream?
No, into the game.
The game, okay, let me see here. 3 more seconds.
Well, actually just skipped me forward to 53, so looks like there's going to be a small discrepancy, of course. Give us a brief moment to go ahead and fix some of the sync issues, and we should be able to get everything back where it's supposed to be here in just a second.
Are you at 53?
Yeah.
And I am at 53 right now.
All right, well, hopefully it's not going to jump me forward. I have unpaused.
It did that because the stream actually lagged there.
Okay, well, unfortunately, it's going to put me forward. I am at about 120 right now, and so should still be a little bit ahead for some reason.
That's weird. Yeah, it's because their stream is lagging. That's why.
Okay, well, a little bit of an unfortunate situation to start things out with. Oh, first blood there for Raim. We'll actually use up almost half of her mana pool just on a couple of birds. So we'll see if the bird is in fact the word here for I Am Athena, representing, of course, versus Pure and Najin this season. So he's already going to start auto-attacking the creeps. And auto-attacking the creeps and shoving the wave is going to be a very, very strong strategy early on because it says, look, I'm not going to play versus your enemy champion. I'm just going to force you to hit those creeps and get the pushing advantage for that early level 2.
Okay, so the one thing I didn't talk about really is the expensive costs of the spell, at least for Valor. Is just it's so hard to just keep it spammed out, and also the passive for Quinn isn't too bad. Getting that true damage is always nice if he does lock on to Graves, but it's not all too often that'll happen.
Yeah, Blinding Assault, where Quinn shoots out Valor for a blind, is only 50 mana and it's ranked number 1, but considering the base mana pool is only about 250 mana, you're using up almost a fifth of your mana every time you use that spell. So you get 5 birds and that's it. So we'll have to see if the mana costs become an issue here for Raim, who has already been losing some CS under turret, and specifically in 80 carry versus 80 carry matchups where you're almost always playing for CS. That becomes very important as the game draws on.
Yeah, the more Doran's Blades you have in this matchup is going to be for the better. And I don't think either of them is going to be able to pick up anything too big. Maybe a pickaxe here or there, but even then, just Doran's Blade stacking is probably the best for these 1v1 scenarios, because the game isn't going to last that long to get like a BF sword or a Bloodthirst or anything like that crazy.
Ooh, Raim missing a lot of CS under turret, an entire wave of minions behind at this point. You're gonna see some double Harrier passive usage there by Raim, so getting a little bit of extra damage down, but forced to blow her health potion before Pure in this matchup is really gonna set her down in sustainability in lane. Not to mention the CS differential that's already starting to develop.
Yeah, it's pretty big right now. Eight creeps, that's about a whole wave, and then 2 from another just completely gone.
Going in. Look at that Harrier passive. That actually makes a pretty decent difference. However, that's mostly just because Raim has already used her health potion, and now it's actually Pure's turn to get that 150 HP back over, of course, 10 seconds.
I mean, she's trying. She's actually exchanging really well too, getting that double like you said. It's just popping up on my screen. I'm really far behind apparently, but I gotta say that the mechanics are not too bad. Raim definitely playing much better than the last game. The Pantheon matchup versus LeBlanc wasn't the best in my opinion.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and do a quick refresh here, possibly in between this game and the next, and we'll try to get the sync issues determined. But at least for the time being, Raim out of mana, out of health, and even with a summoner heal, it's just not going to be enough. That'll be a 2-0 Pure. Dashing in with a quick draw for a quick 2-0. I think we're going to need a quick instant replay. Coming your way here in just a second. Health, mana, they're very, very low for Raim at this point. Even after missing that, there's not too much of a risk for Pure. Dashing in, heal, under ignite, not very effective. And Pure,
if she had pre-popped the heal, I think she would have been okay to at least get out of that, but she didn't, unfortunately.
Yep, and with just 200 HP left over after that all in, Pure will be your victor, not only in game number 2, but in our first series of the night. Taking a 2-0 victory over Raim.
Let's see what else we got coming after this. It's going to be Lil Bunny, another I Am Athena, taking on Trace from Janair. So that's going to be a good match. No stats for Lil Bunny, unfortunately. The I Am Athena people haven't really played too many games yet. So one day we'll have enough of those stats. But Trace... definitely looking pretty good. 4.13 KDA. His creep score per minute's not too bad at 6.7, and his GPM is about 320. So he's looking pretty tough.
Yeah, and I believe the matchup coming up next should be Pilot versus Goong.
Why are these cards wrong?
At least for those stats, you can see coming up on your screen here in just a second. Pilot versus Goong, gonna be one of the most hyped up matchups of the night. Both super hard carries. I've seen Goong's name in highlight reels over and over again. MVPs, he's got points in that, and same situation for Pilot too. So excited to see how Pilot works out versus Goong. I think up until tonight, neither one of these players have actually drawn the Azubu power play awards for their respective plays in OGN. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe they get them in subsequent weeks, and of course can maybe show that they are MVPs, at least of their team representing them tonight. Of course, Jin Air Green Wings versus Najin. We've already had one victory for Najin here tonight. We'll see if we can make it 2. Pure with the victory over Raim, and now Goong facing off against Phyla. Goong kind of a favorite not only for this group, but kind of for both groups too. It'll be interesting to see him play. So I'm actually going to go ahead and throw up a quick overlay and pause the stream so that hopefully we can get things synced up in just a second. Give me a brief moment to do a quick refresh and get this back underway. So out of all 8 players playing here tonight, EGAD, which one do you think has the most potential? Maybe not just in their individual group, but overall. I know some matchups are going to be a little bit harder or a little bit more difficult, but it'll be exciting to see. Who advances. I think Goong's actually. I don't want to say a clear favorite, but definitely has a lot of potential to make it out of the group.
Are you talking just this group in general or overall?
Well, of all of the matches tonight.
All the matches tonight. All right. I say I'm rooting for Pilot, and give me Arrow.
Ooh, okay. See, Watch versus Arrow. If it's like a beauty contest, that is, Watch wins hands down. But as far as the skills are concerned, for Arrow. I don't know. I've always been a huge Watch fanboy, and so maybe that's a little bit of my personal bias showing. But at the same time, yeah, Arrow. It's hard to argue against him, and maybe at least in that matchup. And of course, winner of that series will play versus Trace a little bit. Or versus the winner of Trace versus Lol Bunny. However, with I Am Athena, there is a lot of a wild card situation behind them. I know there's a lot of hype behind that team specifically just because they have a player that we'll get to cast at the very end of the 1v1 tournament. At the end of the Solo King, we'll be casting Forget Me Not. And of course, Female Faker, kind of the title has been given there.
It's a pretty big title to have.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll get a chance to watch that later on. But at least for today's matchup, only one more member of I Am Athena remains. Of course, Lol Bunny will be taking on Trace later on. But Pilot versus Goong, our next matchup, and one that, of course, I don't know. I'm super excited. Any chance to watch Goong is an opportunity I'm going to take. Every time Najin plays, super excited to see a player that actually got a lot of notoriety. I think it was last season when his Nidalee play was kind of rivaling Fakers at that point in time. And everybody was like, wow, this guy can do things that we've only ever seen in one other place, and that was from Fakers. So some high praise for him. And while Najin hasn't necessarily... I want to say there's been a lot of changes there, just undergoing, the roster changes, going from 2 teams down to 1, and of course most of the ex-Najin players going over to the GE Tigers, who are having a fantastic series. Whether you're a fan of new Najin or old Najin, you're going to see a lot of them here tonight, especially now as Goong takes on Pilot.
Yep, should be in the big bands very soon. Maybe they're changing up things tonight. Maybe they're just like skipping the whole banning process and just going straight in after the bans. Maybe that's why they're talking for so long.
The ban phase was actually really interesting to me because you get the opportunity to see exactly what people prioritize. Like, what champion do you just never want to play against with your first ban? And so here you can see on your screen, at least right now, Pilot versus Goong. You can see AD carry versus mid lane player with very similar KDAs, should be pointed out. And, yesterday we saw support players pick primarily support champions, and AD carry players pick primarily AD carries, and I don't blame you for, picking the champions that you're most comfortable that are in your champion pool, but especially when it comes down to a 1v1, you want champions that function very well in that situation. And sometimes, picking a Caitlyn, even though it's a very strong, individual pick versus something like a Zed or a Fizz, there's not, maybe you're looking for a little bit stronger 1v1 potential.
I mean, most of the AD carries fare well enough in the 1v1s, but like you said, picking an assassin or anything like that could be, just a comfort and just be really strong either way. So we'll hopefully hop into this big screen very, very soon. I wouldn't be surprised if Pilot actually picked Ezreal, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was a ban either. because Ezreal in the 1 versus 1 matchup proven to be pretty strong. Faker's won many a time on that one, and a lot of actual Ezreal players have been doing pretty well in Korea. So it should be on the radar at least for Goong. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see maybe not an 80 carry here for Pilot. Like we saw in the last game, or at least in the first game of the night, 80 carry versus 80 carry can just become a game of CS, and that may not be super exciting to cast, but an interesting adaptation here in the Solo King that you guys may not have heard of from other 1v1 tournaments is that it's not just a race to 100 CS. You actually have to be 10 CS up over your opponent when you get there. So it can get down to a situation, we actually saw this yesterday, can't remember the series, but where you're both above 100 CS, you're like both at 120 CS, and it's just a race to hit every single minion, or of course, maybe force your opponent to catch your opponent when he's going for minion kills and go for an all-in. It's gonna be interesting to watch, and of course, getting into picks and bans should be coming up here in not too long.
I mean, last week.
Last week. Well, it's not exactly a week ago to be technical.
Okay, whatever, man. 6 days, whatever.
It was actually a while ago. I was missing myself some Solo King action. I got to watch some LCK and watch these players play in it and ranked in sort of a 5-man situation. But I want to watch it 1v1. And so here we go. Champion picks and bans. We're gonna catch the last ban, and that is a Cassiopeia, but no Caitlyn ban. Oh my god, taking Caitlyn away from Pilot's a big deal, but Pilot's just going to fire right back with a pick of his own. We talked about Ezreal as being a very popular, very safe champion, but do you want to go with something more aggressive like a Sivir? That Spell Shield can be very, very good in 1v1 matches.
Sivir versus Caitlyn has proven to be an interesting matchup because you can eat the traps, get free mana, you can block away Piltovers. Ezreal getting another big question mark. He could contest the poke, but again, he doesn't have the range to really battle the Caitlyn. No one does at this point, so I'm not sure what Pilot's going to go for here. An AP mid wouldn't be the best option because Caitlyn can just kind of kite away.
I want to see the Twitch pick, and then you put nothing but crit and AD in your runes, and you stealth up level 1 and try to go for that big all-in ignite kill just to get tempo in the lane.
But you need expunge for that. So
that's true.
Is it even expunge anymore? It's contaminate?
Yeah, it's contaminate now. So I'll never forget Spray and Pray, man. That was one of my favorite abilities, but now it is Rat-a-tat-tat. Of course, no rats, tats, or tats in this game. It's just going to be Caitlyn versus Lucian. And so interesting to see Pilot go with Lucian, a champion that has been, I don't want to say nerfed into the ground, but has been, seeing a little bit less play in the face of stronger lane-centric champions. But of course, Lucian's still a strong AD carry as far as 1v1s are concerned. A place where Caitlyn may be at a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to actually fighting, but of course, CSing 650 range, both of those very strong strengths that Caitlyn's going to bring out here.
Trying to think, the Lucian could hit those, those piercing lights. His Lightsinger passive as well is pretty good, and he does have some mobility, which is nice to get away from the 90 caliber net. If anything, he can take off the slow from it too, with the pursuit. So I guess this could come down to level 6. The culling could be pretty nice. Ace in the hole could stop it from getting away, so Palas is really worried about that.
I've just noticed that our ties are not matching here today, Egad. It's kind of throwing me off. I mean, we've got the same direction of stripes going on, but I don't know. I think we need to coordinate better next time.
I mean, am I not the one with the pink tie? I thought I was.
Oh, okay. Okay, you can be the one with the pink tie. I'm actually kind of jealous. I think out of all of them, you are by far the sharpest dressed.
Exactly. He's got a little badge on too, next to his.
Oh, that's true. Wow,
collar.
Wow. Maybe that's your medal for exemplary shoutcasting.
Most well-dressed Korean shoutcaster of 2014.
There you go. You can add that to your resume. Look down below. You can see the Inven votes. We actually had votes earlier on for today's matchup from LCS pros. They actually rated the Goong versus Pilot matchup as I want to say that was a 40-60, but I can't actually find the results for that since I believe that is We have some interesting stats reporting going on here. But as far as Inven's concerned, the Korean fan vote is 31% for Pilot and almost 70% there for Goong. You see a lot of Goong fanboys out there, and very well deserved.
Okay, so we'll see. We'll see if the fans are correct. I think Pilot has a much greater chance than that, but we'll see. Goong did get the Caitlyn, and that is a very tough pick to go against either way.
Yeah, definitely. Caitlyn is ridiculous. And you can see the fan vote, doesn't actually take into account the individual champions that they're playing, just kind of looking at, either fan favorites or overall ability. So, I don't know. I think it's hard to find a better sort of passive playstyle champion than Caitlyn. Even if you're not going for early harass, you can still almost out-CS anyone, so it's going to be kind of a battle of last hitting between the AD carries, but see if Goong could play this a little bit more aggressively and go for a little bit more, champion on champion action than we're used to. Of course, here are the runes just now coming up on the screen. Hopefully that's what you're seeing there. You got.
Not yet. Unfortunately, still delay.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I'll go ahead and hit a pause button here so that we can, see exactly what's happening. The rune setup, at least for right now, should include, and okay, we do have 1 point in Warlord this time. That's taking a point out of Mastery that gives you additional damage, but also causes you to take additional damage as well. And interestingly enough, there's 3 points put into the utility tree. So only 6 points in defense masteries, 3 points in getting a little bit of extra mana back there. So
that's not too uncommon, honestly. The extra HP isn't too bad. Isn't all that good. The mana is pretty big though. Getting the ability to spam out more of those piltovers, not really have to worry about being completely mana drained.
Yeah, mana can actually be a little bit more of an issue, and especially as the fight draws on, it's gonna be a lot more difficult. So, exciting to see some small different changes. Let's go ahead and get into our second best of 3. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, the Korean 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players from LCK this season. My name is Rapid, with me is EGAD, and we're getting into our second best of 3 of the night. It's Goong facing off against Pilot. Of course, Goong, mid laner for Najin EM Fire this season. Pilot, usually the starting AD carry for the Jin Air Green Wings, and of course, he has been subbed out most recently a couple nights ago for Captain Jack a couple of times. But Pilot picking up some pretty overwhelming stats for the Green Wings this season on their starting roster. So excited to see AD carry versus AD carry as far as champions are concerned, but we'll see how good Goong's Lucian is versus a player you can guarantee has played his fair share of Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, he's already playing really passive too. He's got the teleport and the heal, which is just going to guarantee him so much safety. If he gets harassed out at any point, like put down to 100 health, he can just go back and TV back to the lane, and that's where Pilot's really going to suffer. His back timing is going to have to be pretty much impeccable, because if Caitlyn gets any free time, that tower is going to take so much damage.
Yeah, I think I actually meant to say that the other way around with the champions on the other players, but you get the idea. Lucian, a little bit of nerfs coming to him to where his passive doesn't last quite as long, and of course Ardent Blaze now doesn't actually scale up anymore, so you're just getting the base stats from that. So a little bit less damage coming out of that, just because it was such an easy skill to land, so see if making that a little bit more difficult has any impact here. You're going to see first few auto attacks on to creeps already going to go here to Goong, so we'll try to get that push on a little bit more quickly. Build over Peacemaker and Piercing Light, of course, the first spells to be chosen, just because of their overall utility in helping push the wave. Look for that early level 2.
Yeah, there's nothing crazy about this lane. This is going to be a farm game, it looks like, quite honestly. The fact that Goong can just freely keep built over PC in the waves is good.
Oh,
Pilot does do a bit of damage, but
yeah, Pilot was able to put out a few extra auto attacks. You see both AD carries actually using their potions up at pretty much the same time. And even though as far as CS is concerned, I think Pilot is up 1 CS overall, all things considered. But just going for the overall aggression, you can see Pilot definitely winning out the 1v1 when it comes to fighting champions. Maybe causing Goong to think a little bit more carefully about how he wants to trade this out.
Yeah, the Lucian trades are tough. I thought Caitlyn's range would be a factor, but the piercing lights, man, they're just destroying Goong right now. So Pilot having a very good time at this lane so far, and just abusing the fact that he has the Lightstinger passive to really just make auto trading that much easier.
Oh, teleporting to the cannon minion too, to make it a little bit more difficult for Pilot to deal with. Nice dodge of that Piltover Peacemaker, but teleporting right back into lane only to lose a lot of HP. That may not have been worth attempting to deny a cannon minion from Pilot.
It was. He denied him the extra bit of gold there. He also just really forced him to go back to base, which is nice. So that's more time that Pilot's not spent getting XP. And also Goong got the whole wave, which is really, really good. Although he's going to be down at Doran's Blade, which is going to kind of suck. But maybe that actually wasn't worth it.
Yeah, that's definitely not worth it there for Goong, because he teleported back into lane without an extra item. He just picked up potions. That's literally the only thing. He went back to the store, bought as many potions as he could afford, and now he's going to try to win the lane off of just overall shoving and positional mechanics, and actually he's going to go back to base again and have to walk all the way back to lane.
That's fine. That is perfectly fine. It'll even up the damage. It'll give him full health and mana to come back in. He still has his heal, if anything. But then again, Pilot has Ignite, so we got to keep an eye out for when they want to use those. And Goong doesn't really need full mana either, because he's got those extra points in the mana regen and masteries, which is okay. That's not too bad.
And he did place down a Trinket Ward in lane to scout out Pilots, so maybe not all that impactful, because you're always going to be in vision of creeps, and you see Pilot doing pretty much the same thing. I like Pilot's Ward a little bit better, since it is a little bit closer to the turret. Keep in mind, I actually would have liked to see maybe sweeping lenses picked up, so that you could then sweep wards for extra CS. But I don't know. Maybe that meta is a little bit too far out.
And actually count in the rules?
Yeah, ward CS does count. It's just the number. So
okay,
that would be one way to get a little bit extra. But currently a 1 CS lead for Pilot, I believe, on the champion versus champion. But Relentless Pursuit going in there. You can see a lot of Lightslinger passes, but a nice headshot there from Goong, really putting that pressure right back.
Yeah, as long as Goong can abuse the fact that he can dodge away from these piercing lights and just really escape from the Relentless Pursuits, should be fine, and just let the Lightstinger passive kind of tick out.
Whoa, that's a big Piltover Peacemaker. Pilot does hang on to both of his summoner spells, but that's actually both of them used here for Goong. Of course,
he's got to go back.
Yeah, Flash Ignite for Pilot versus a Heal Teleport. You can see the more passive summoner spells being chosen here, paying off for Goong, allowing him to get back to lane a little bit more quickly and have that extra heal to keep that lane dominance down.
This is the Caitlyn factor at its finest, just the range, the fact that, oh, nice little bandage shuffs there by Shu, but the fact that she came back to lane with even items. She's now level 6, she's 13 CS ahead of Pilot, so doing a really good job. Goong is definitely taking this lane by storm. Triple Doran's Blade now coming up for both of the players too, and despite heal being down, there's no reason Goong should ever be in a situation to get ignited and near death now at this point.
Yeah, at this point, we're just primarily looking for level 6s, and there you can see level 6 for Pilot. Culling is going to be a great skill to maybe snipe down Caitlyn underneath her turret, but at the same time, yeah, you can see there it is, the Culling being used outside of turret range just to get a little bit of a beneficial trade. And while Ardent Blaze may not deal all that much damage anymore, it's going to be about the CS, already over halfway to 100.
Yep. He's got trap positioning too, which is not too bad. Kind of forces Pilot to hang over towards the right side or the left side if he really wants to be super safe. But it's all a positional thing at this point, and the Caitlyn Goong should have no problem with keeping this lead. With Triple Dorans, it makes last hitting really, really easy and just a Piltover for fun. You do get the pursuit in from Pilot, but it's not going to be enough to kill. There's no way. He also doesn't have the mana pool for it, so he's kind of got those mana pots taken away as well.
Piercing Lights, though, continuing to land here, so Pilot does have a Summoner spell advantage, though. That Ignite will be usable. Piercing Light on in there. The Light Slingers continuing to hit there, but, oh, going in. There's actually... Ignite down, Ace in the hole will land. It's no way to block that out here, but now Goong actually in a little bit of a rough spot, forced to pop all those health potions. Has 2 running, but it may not be enough. If Pilot goes for the dive here,
he doesn't have the mana for it. No way.
Yeah.
Even with just a pursuit, it wouldn't be enough. He did tag him with the piercing light, but it's not going to be enough. These potions are just doing too much.
Yeah, Relentless Pursuit also at early ranks does cost mana, so it's not free like it used to be. Remember when Lucian came out? Ah, the memories. Free Relentless Pursuits, high scaling on everything, and the dream. But at the same time, probably not something we're going to see right now. So what could be the final backs for both AD carries coming out right now? And I say AD carry because of their champions, but for both players, because they are not necessarily both AD carries. Going to be coming out quad Dorans on both sides, and probably more sustain than they'll need in potions, just because this game actually shouldn't last all that much longer. We're already 2/3 of the way to 100 CS, and there's a small advantage here for Goong, at least in CS.
Still, you need that 10 plus CS advantage once you hit that 100 creeps, so we'll see. At this point, big wave built up in mid. Goong teleported back to mid lane, didn't force at the lane, which is surprising. I thought he would try to push out to the turret, but
Here's
didn't really.
All in from Pilot. You can see, look at that, the culling use, a full culling gonna be channeled out there. I think he missed like 1 shot, and even with an ace in the hole to trade back, that is a big deal here for Pilot. Forced him out there. Now did lose a little bit of CS, and we'll take a Piltover Peacemaker back. So overall, actually not all that big of a difference with that Piltover Peacemaker factored in.
Still pretty even. Big cooldown though for both of them down in their ultimates. I'm not sure how I feel about this still. This could come down to the turret, honestly. There's some good poke going, and it's at about half. I wish we could see the side of Pilot's turret and how much damage it's taken so far. But yeah, it's still 6 CS differential. It's a whole wave ahead is Goong, but they could keep it even for a long time.
Now, when you're going for the CS victory, I feel like that's actually pretty easy to punish. When you know the guy is just going to walk up and hit the CS to win the game, you can actually go for some crazy all-ins, and we've already seen Pilot play this lane incredibly aggressively, not necessarily favoring the CS just because, Caitlyn's probably going to win that category anyway. But, not afraid to go for these aggressive trades, and you can see all consumables used here for Goong, but Pilot's still got a little bit in the bank, so we'll see if the sustained advantage is what turns this lane around in his favor.
It should, honestly. Once that final potion stops ticking, all the harass is going to stick, and he should just be doing what he's doing. Just go straight forward, keep him poked down, and force him to only rely on those Doran's Blades. Yeah, he's doing really well with his piercing lights.
And there's actually Summoner Heal used primarily just for sustain in lane, so when you have to use your Summoner Heal for sustain, you're probably going to have a bad time. And a nice Caitlyn combo used there, but once again, no more sustain, and completely out of mana here. Goong in a rough spot.
Yep, Pilot in the best position possible in this scenario. He's not level 9 yet. He's still a little bit behind in XP. He's going to use Culling to push the wave down, and he's going to get some seriously good damage on this turret if he really applies himself to it. And it might come down to a turret victory here. He should be putting those Lightslinger passives into the turret, quite honestly.
Yeah, he's been using them to trade. Like you said, probably a better idea to just go for that. Oh, Ace in the hole already up again, and now it's actually Pilot without consumables, who could be in a little bit of a rough spot. Of course, we were talking about mana advantage, and with each individual shot landing, possibly determining the way that this matchup is going to go. More creeps coming in, and we've actually seen the CS differential equalize a little bit. Piltover Peacemaker kind of whiffing there, but at the same time, yeah, we're only about 3 to 4 CS different between both teams, and with 101 CS here, this could mean the difference between a win and a loss here. Goong has already crested that mark. If he ever hits 10 CS ahead of Pilot, then he will win this matchup, but at least for the time being, they are still very,
it's
very
not going to
close.
happen. There's no way.
They're going to push this wave into the turret. Pilot could win off of a turret victory. This wave will give.
He shouldn't be afraid to trade. He should not be afraid to trade with Goong just for some turret damage. That damage is so important.
Ignite. fuse just to put the pressure back on it. That will send Goong back to base, but will this mean a turret? He does have teleport up. Okay, so that will allow him to get back to lane, and this actually could be the end of the game here for Pilot with Goong TPing onto this minion. He'll guarantee himself full CS from this wave and even up the score as far as CS is concerned. Pilot going way back to the back. Jungle monsters do not count towards your CS, so for everyone you kill there, it's just not going to matter. But this might actually be 10 CS advantage here.
Is this going to be a game?
I think he's one short of 10 CS.
He's got a pickaxe, too. This is some seriously big damage going into this turret. That might be it.
Yeah, I think the turret's going to go down here. Goong might have just won the teleport. Lasting things out, taking the turret, forcing the recall there by Pilot, and just great 1v1 mechanical play. Goong will win game number 1 versus Pilot.
That was a bit anticlimactic, but yeah, TP. It's a good spell to take in a 1 versus 1 scenario like this.
He was 1 CS away from winning too off of the CS categories.
That was all TP, 100%.
Yeah, teleport. It is a pretty good spell to pick up in 1v1s, and it's not necessarily that teleport itself is a good spell, it's that the difference between not having teleport and having teleport is absolutely huge. And you can just see it there. Every time that Goong got low, he was able to use the advantage to go back to base and come back into lane just so effectively.
Yep, so we'll see what they want to go for the next game. I really thought Pilot had that, unfortunately. He just couldn't put the final bits of damage into that turret. So, this game, Caitlyn ban.
Yeah, definitely gonna see a Caitlyn ban, and really anything that's able to just play super safe. That's why we thought we were gonna see an Ezreal there, just because you can play so safe. Just make sure you get almost perfect CS, and when it comes down to it, also teleport, another way to play safe and make sure that you have a free trip back to base to make it back into lane. So lessons learned, meaning that teleport should be coming out, as well as Caitlyn bans. And of course, now with that 1 game in Goong's favor, 1 game away from elimination here for Pilot.
Let's see. Will it be a 2-0? I still think there's the potential for a 2-1. I think Pilot can bring it back, but we'll see. We still have Watch versus Arrow as well, and Low Bunny versus Trace.
We haven't actually seen a comeback yet from being down 1 point.
Nope.
So we'll definitely see. Keep in mind, as far as the standings are concerned, this has not been quite as good a season of champions for KT or for Najin. They are currently sitting at 2-4. Whereas if you want to flip those numbers around, the Jin Green Wings, off the back of some incredible games by Pilot, by the way, are sitting in 2nd place, right behind the flawless GE Tigers at a score of 4-2. So, as far as champions go, as far as the 5v5 scores between these guys, actually a little bit better. So definitely something to keep in mind. And in fact, in the head-to-head matchup, I believe it is actually, I think it's, I want to say 1-0 in Green Wing's favor. In the 1 game that they have played versus Najin. So, Pilot maybe, used to going into games versus Goong and coming out on top.
Oh man, this is gonna be tight. What could I see? What could we see? The Caitlyn ban wouldn't be surprising. Lucian ban as well wouldn't be surprising. And maybe we can still see some AD matchups, like say for Ezreal. Jeez. What would they go for? I'm trying to think. Like, there's no Zeds. Still haven't seen like a Zed this entire tournament either.
Well, let's go over predictions as far as some more notable community members weighing in on tonight's matchups. For this matchup, let's go ahead and look at Chobra's prediction. Chobra, analyst, caster, and translator for OGN. His analysis of this group was as follows. While 80 carry players are sometimes predicted to take the edge in 1v1 formats, mostly thanks to multiple win conditions, Goong also has the most experience under his belt in the group. So as long as Goong doesn't focus simply on winning via first blood, he should be in a safe spot. And that's exactly what we saw from the last game. Goong was not looking for the first blood. He was just trying to play it safe, carefully, and now we're going to get another replay of that 1v1.
Not much really to show here.
Yeah, it's
It's just TP plays. That's all. Really smart plays by Goong. I don't know why I keep calling him that. It's so weird.
well, he is only one letter away. That zero or that one letter O. All that separates him from being an all-star top laner. So if you want to be good at top lane, add an O to your name. Apparently,
Just gotta add like 3 O's to your name and you're good to go.
just name yourself 000 or triple O. That's I don't know. Something tells me.
Triple H the wrestler, just one more letter off. There you go.
I guess so. It's pretty close. So now we're just gonna see an Azubu back in base. The directed camera not exactly prioritizing the most action out there on the map. Apparently it thinks that Amumu is pretty important here, but with 5 Doran's blades and a pickaxe, no sustain, but none really necessary. Forcing Lucian back to base there, Pilot will lose his turret, and I don't even think we may not even see the end of the game off this replay. And yeah, we're not actually gonna see that. Not quite the greatest.
What the hell was that?
I don't know,
that was
man.
the first game, I think, actually, with the LeBlanc and Pantheon. I don't think the casters even know what happened.
Okay, well, we should be going into our second game of our second series. All right, well, yeah, we're just going to gonna move on. I think I have some further predictions from the group. At least I believe I do. Let me go ahead and check for Jinair's matchup. We'll go ahead and look at what Champion Select says for game number 2. We hop in here. We actually finally get to see picks and bans. Yeah, so
we're getting there.
A lot of assassins. This is actually really interesting to see the players banning against the players that they're playing against. So 3 mid lane bans here for Pilot against Goong, but Goong is actually going to ban out 380 carries versus Pilot.
He still has the potential to pick up the Lucian again, or pick up Ezreal.
Kalista.
Kalista, the 1 versus 1 isn't actually that bad, because normally you're having to deal with poke and jungle pressure and stuff like that. And Kalista, Rend is really strong when it's stacked up a lot. She's got some good long-range harass, and she can't utilize her passive though.
Yeah,
and she can't utilize the ultimate, which kind of
problem.
sucks.
I wouldn't expect a Kalista because you can't soul bond with anyone, so probably gonna look for more of a standard 80 carry. Graves definitely good at shoving the waves, so you can get that early level 2. Maybe go for some early aggression there to dictate the pace of the lane. But big question for me is, what does Goong go for? We've seen 80 carries be able to play this long, slow, methodical play style, but for Goong in that last game, he was actually the one that went with teleport, not the flash ignite that we saw from Pilot. So Pilot was looking to push an early kill advantage, whereas now we're going to see if Goong goes for a mid laner. Of course, he's had 3 banned against him, or if he wants to play that 80 carry game.
Yeah, Lucian seems to be the pick here. Annie could be picked up to counteract that. Level 6, the high burst. No DFG, unfortunately. He'd be going just mass Doran's rings. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. If you do max out the fireball, it could be okay. Because you would never run out of mana as long as you're last hitting with that. You have some good AoE clear, and even the Molten Shield isn't a bad response to the Lightslinger passive, because you just dish out a lot of damage back since they're doing 2 hits. The Karthus pick?
I mean, Karthus would be sort of the mage version of Caitlyn, where you can just stay back and farm very, very well. But specifically into an 80 carry matchup, I think Annie is a pretty decent shot. You have 625 range, so incredible trade potential there, but it's a lock-it on Azir here for Goong. Azir champion that in day 1 of the Solo King tournament we saw banned almost exclusively. So with these bans prioritizing
it is so annoying
player, yeah, it's gonna be really difficult to play against.
Yeah, being poked out by the soldier, being nearly impossible to really just go flat up in front of his face, because once he hits 6 too, he's got that great divide that just really keeps you away from him. It is literally the ultimate just no. Just you're hitting that wall, you can't get through it, you're just like, I gotta wait for this to fade now. If you get pushed back as well, it's just even more annoying, because that's the pursuit down and such. So we'll see how it plays out. Honestly, Azir is probably one of the best 1v1ers in mid right now.
Well, at least for the time being, the biggest problem for me to watch out for is going to be not necessarily the level 6s, because neither champion actually really has all that impactful of a level 6. Maybe you get the kill off of an Emperor's Divide and you win not only the game, but also impressive style points. But it's primarily going to be, can Pilot deal with the aggressive harass under turret that Azir is going to put out? And I don't know too many champions that can handle that.
True. So, I don't know what he's going to go for in terms of items to start. Probably just a Doran's Ring. We have Pilot's runes. Oh.
Yeah, check out the rune page. That 4.5% is actually going to be a lifesteal. So...
Are those Quints then? Yeah. No.
Wait a second.
Yeah. It's one random movement speed? No. I don't know what that is anymore. I can't remember.
You used to get 2%, and now you actually get 1.5%. So that is 3 lifesteal quintessences.
No, it's not. It's only one 4.5% rune, and then everything else was 2.25. That was damage in the other 2 quintessences from what they showed. I don't know what that is then.
I was positive that was lifesteal, but we'll check out the masteries now and see once again no points in Warlord taken, and now we're gonna move over to Goong's runes. Almost rhymes. So this is what he's running for Azir. He's gonna be running I guess that's 7.8% magic penetration, 28 flat ability power, and then 9 armor. With a lot of flat AP here.
That's one attack speed quint. It's 4.5%.
Oh, okay. That's
this is the change a while ago. Yeah.
Okay, I was like, wait a second, there's some damage in there. So 4.5% attack speed makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, it's not too bad. The runes masteries for the side of
yeah, this is Goong. So he's once again picking up extra mana regen, which can definitely matter early on. So that will mean he's missing out a little bit on flat HP and then percent HP. That can define a lot, especially if you're going to be picking up so many Doran's rings. Your percent HP may actually matter a little bit more, but in the end, the extra mana regen is going to keep you in lane a little bit longer, and of course, with extra Doran's rings, you're going to be picking up a lot of extra mana regen there.
Yeah, you should be A-okay. This time around the Azir, I'm interested to see how he plays. Don't ever get to see Azir too often, especially in a solo scenario, so we'll get to see if he's the king in mid lane. And I don't know if there's like a special rule or anything regarding his passive. If the turret dies and you put up that turret, you get extended time. I don't think that's how it works, but it'd be funny.
Like you lose your turret, but you spawn an Azir turret, so it still counts. Yeah, I think you still lose the game at that point. So
I mean, you have like a descending clock till that turret kind of self-destructs.
Yeah, then you'd have to win the game. It would be like a race against. It could actually be pretty intense, but sadly enough, no. Azir, for all intents and purposes, will not actually get a passive to use here. So it doesn't work in 1v1s. But will the champion itself just be that strong? And or will this be another win for Goong? I don't know. I personally, kind of predicting the win here for Goong. I would have thought that Pilot's proficiency. That's the pro word I was looking for. Would have thought that Pilot's proficiency on AD carries would give him a little bit of an advantage as far as the last hitting mechanics, the ability to hit that 100 CS first. But I don't know. We just saw the teleport advantage in game number 1 be too strong for Goong. So let's go ahead and get into game number 2. Alright, welcome back to the Solo King, Azubu TV's presentation of Korea 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite champions players. Today, this matchup, a best of 3 between Pilot versus Goong, game number 2. This time around with teleport for both laners. You can see Pilot not going to make that mistake again.
Yeah, don't want to lose to a teleport again. That was a big blunder for him. Going for Flash Ignite. If he did Flash Heal was there, he would have definitely had a better time. But let's see. He goes for Flask. No Doran's Blade. Knows that he's going to get poked out a bit, so maybe going to respond with his own spam as well as being able to eat some of those soldiers poking and prodding there with their spears. So I'm interested to see how Lucian fares in this matchup.
So we did talk about that one attack speed quintessence, so a bunch of points in damage there as well. The flask, it gets more and more value once you go, back to base more and more. So we'll see if we're gonna look at the
Super Teemo.
we're looking at the spectators here. Seeing them run around. Super Teemo wouldn't necessarily be a terrible choice in 1v1s.
You know, Teemo wrecks 1v1s.
Until you like pick a Nunu or something and you just like...
Even then, Teemo doesn't care. He's just like, poison dart, poison dart. You can't trade with me. What are you doing?
I don't know. I want to see Teemos. Maybe, some of the cute Teemo picks. Maybe Watch will pick Teemo so that you can finally have a champion as adorable as he is.
All right, so we do see the Soldier coming out now, and that's just going to be a big thing to keep an eye out for. Soldier placements, how Pilot deals with it. He's going for Piercing Light Harass, but at the same time, he can just keep aggressing forward, at least early on in these levels, but again, Soldier comes out, he's got to back off. He doesn't want to risk getting poked out from a distance that he can't respond from.
Yeah, you can see that aggressive positioning by Pilot. A 1 CS advantage. Not necessarily all that impactful, but could make the difference later on in the game. Early level 2. There for Pilot is really going to allow him to aggressively trade in here. And you can see he's kind of skirting right along the edge there, that turret. And takes a couple of extra Sand Soldier auto attacks. Really need that level 2 here. Pilot pressing this 1 level advantage.
Yep. That's what he should do in this matchup. Because once we see Azir or Goong actually get those levels up, Pilot's going to not have these opportunities again. It's going to be way too hard.
Yeah, level 2 specifically, the ability to reposition your Sand Soldiers. You're not going to get zoned away from creeps here, although that relentless pursuit forward. Really catching these Sand Soldiers out of position and making them not quite as effective as you'd expect.
Yeah, jeez. It's really a level dependent thing, and once there's a couple more Doran's Blades on the side of his ear, it should be a little bit better. But till that point occurs, he's at the mercy of Lucian.
Yeah, and you can see a big sustain differential as well. I thought it was actually going to be Lucian having a difficult time sustaining versus all the Azir harass, but it's actually exactly the opposite situation, as maybe a very, very low mana, even with extra points put in mana regen and masteries. Here for Goong, still having a little bit of a difficult time versus Pilot.
Yep. The Flask pickup was pretty much the smartest thing that Pilot could have done in this scenario. Flask just defining this lane completely.
So much sustain, just incredibly difficult to deal with without an ability to keep yourself and your resources up there. And of course, later on, once we see our first recalls back to base for both players, it's going to be a little bit more impactful.
That's if Pilot lets Goong go back.
Yeah, that is true. You gotta be careful. While he's not necessarily at risk of losing his turret with the teleport, setting yourself behind at a CS differential this early in the game can really start things snowballing against you.
So we'll see him go back here first, but he's down 8 creeps currently, so he is going to be struggling. Oh, Ardent Blaze,
oh,
wow.
If that Ardent Blaze had stopped his recall, that would have been huge, because he would have had to wait another wave without any mana.
I thought that hit too, that's weird.
It was like just in the edge of the corners. You got robbed.
Hitboxes, come on. All right, so let's see. What did he go for? He went double Dorans, while the side of Pilot with 32 creeps should be okay to pick up himself some nice fancy blades. Yeah, he picks up 2 as well.
Now, that's actually kind of interesting to see the double Dorans and then health potions. I guess he's thinking, hey, I get more mana regen.
It is TP too.
Pilot TP's in for a piercing light that automatically takes off, I don't know, like a fifth of Goong's HP. But yeah, like you said, that Flask is really coming up big.
Yep, MVP of this game is that Flask right now. So Pilot just absolutely crushing this lane so far. Goong, jeez, what can he do? I don't know what he can do to actually battle this lane. I thought he'd have a much better time here, but I was actually wrong. The AD versus AP early on, favoring the AD in this matchup.
Pilot's positioning here is actually really incredible to watch, because he'll always reposition so he's just out of range of the Sand Soldier, which will then force Goong to reposition. So even if he loses the trade, he's just running Goong out of mana over and over again. And see now a 12 CS advantage. Pilot's just playing every single aspect, every single one of the win conditions he's ahead of.
Yep. So let's see. At this point, if he just sticks to his perfect farming of just getting every wave, he'll just win like that because he's already 17 creeps ahead. The culling comes out too. He's going to keep this wave forced up and gets him even better turret damage too once this wave pushes finally. There's nothing Goong can do at this point. Like, he can't go back to base. If he does, he'll risk losing way too much, and he doesn't have TP.
And more importantly, you actually do have to kill enough creeps to buy your Doran's item and potions when you go back to base. And of course, Pilot's against the sustained damage of these Sand Soldiers coming out, he's never going to be able to win that 1v1. But at the same time, he never really has to fight it either. So Pilot is ahead in every single aspect.
I mean, he just donated a charity ward kill over to Goong, so he knows he's in a really good spot right now. 20 creeps up. This is like the first time we're actually seeing this kind of advantage.
Yeah, primarily it's been very, very close in all of our series, and even the ones that have ended very early off of champion kills, those tend to stay pretty close in creeps as well, so big differential here just off of the ability to push the wave faster. Pilot's really well thought out here, going for what he knew would give him a very strong lane position, and then I guess this also comes down to Goong, not necessarily picking to the lane matchup, going for more of a champion on champion aspect.
Champ on champ on champ. So,
Oh,
Ooh.
big engage there. Is I guess a good idea if you get a knock up underneath turret, then you'll get a shield that'll help you trade, but still that means less HP, less mana, and overall just less resources. You can see, oh, with that piercing light, that means a flash auto attack wins the game here for Pilot. There's no defensive summoner spells here. There it is, the flash piercing light catches him on the backside through the flash. It's Pilot evening up the score at 1-1.
that wasn't even the piercing light for the kill. That was actually just this light slinger passive
Oh, was
there.
it? Did it just follow him all the way through? I thought it would be really cool to see.
You can't like disjoint auto attacks or anything like that. They will follow.
Once it's out there, it finishes. So we're gonna see a slow motion flash. There is the second.
Boom, boom. There it is.
Man, I gotta give mad props to Pilot for evening up the score at 1-1. Bring it back here for Jin Air tonight. I've already seen too many victories for Najin for my just getting big fan, but for Pilot coming back could represent the first turnaround that we've seen all tournament long here at the Solo King.
Yep. So potential. Let's see. It has it. Going into game 3, ban away Pilot's Lucian. That's all I gotta say.
And Lucian as a champion in general, just not something that you can really leave up. He functions too well in both an AD carry perspective, where you can farm things up and push the lane very quickly, but also in a 1v1 perspective, the piercing light, it's still a good passive to have. Of course, Azir didn't get to use his passive at all that game, so not really a great champion. And we actually, like I said earlier, saw it banned a lot on day number 1, but really some of its key weaknesses being shown here tonight.
Yep. So for now, we gotta wait to see what they go into the lobby. Wait to see when they actually want to. I'm trying to think, like, how is Goong gonna deal with this? I honestly just think that just banning away the Lucian is fine, taking away Caitlyn as well, and then what does Pilot default to? Sivir? Then take that out and then force him onto like Graves or Ezreal.
Yeah, I think Sivir actually could be a really, really strong pick here. And we actually saw it hovered over before it was finally decided on, I think it was Lucian Caitlyn for game number 1. But at least right now, you have to think about, I guess, wave management, the ability to push your wave, not something that Azir could do very well early on. So for game number 3 here, the deciding match is going to be blind pick. So that is a very important thing. So we could see double Lucian, but with no bans here, I'm afraid he can.
Oh yeah, I don't know why I was saying there's bans. I forgot that the game 3 was actually blind pick.
Yeah, game 3 is going to be blind pick, and I'm afraid we're just going to see Caitlyn versus Caitlyn, but with no bans here, could be a very, very different situation. We're swapping sides once again. Neither player can see the other's choice here. There's no bans. It is the most blind pick, so we'll see if Karthus is the pick here for Goong. It would be sort of his AP version of Caitlyn, which I can almost guarantee you Pilot's going to lock in.
Yeah, Pilot locked in the Caitlyn, no problem. So 80 carries versus Karthus in the early game, really just kind of dumpster all over him.
But at the same time, like, you always have things like Nunu, like Annie, that you could pick to really turn one of these matchups around. I don't know a single 80 carry that could stand up to Incinerate just being spammed on your face over and over again. So
yeah,
might be going here for Ari. Keep in mind this is being played on the live servers, so this is patch 4.2 with I believe Tristana and Fizz disabled. So, or at least not able to be picked. I guess theoretically you could pick them just because this is being played on the live server, but picking up the Graves versus Lucian. He was thinking about Karthus there for a while, but of course you're going to have the same problems with Karthus, just not being able to outshove an 80 carry. And that's one thing that Graves actually does very, very well. And in fact, for the longest time, Graves was actually one of the only 80 carries that could stand up to Lucian before he was actually nerfed several times in a row. And now Graves, a champion that you see in almost all primary leagues around the world, but Lucian kind of fading off. So we'll get a chance to see Graves versus Lucian. The final picks here for both players, Goong versus Pilot. It's tied at 1-1. Pilot might have the makings of the first comeback of the solo game.
Yep, and before we go to that quick break between games, you can check out the Extra Life charity. Help out. I forget which hospital it is. Which one was it, Rapid? Do you know offhand? Are you good at this?
Why are you gonna do this to me, Ika?
I'm just kidding. You guys can donate to the Extra Life charity and support that, as this is the whole primary purpose of the
It
one
is
versus
actually
one.
in support of the Children's Miracle Network Hospital. And if you want to look right down below the screen, you can find more information on the Extra Life charities, help support Children's Miracle Network hospitals, and overall just it can kind of bring this full circle. It's like, we the people supporting esports, which then in turn helps us, support us. So do appreciate you guys' support. Even if you can't help support Extra Life, you can still stick around, continue watching. Do appreciate every single one of you tuning in tonight. So checking out Pilot's runes and masteries here, pretty standard. I don't think anything has changed here from our previous series. Should see Goong with different runes, considering that he is now playing a physical damage dealer. So 3.2%. What is that stat you get?
They didn't hover over the quintessence or anything. I can't. What is that? That's glyph percentage? Attack speed of glyphs? Yeah.
It's gonna have to be attack speed. So.
Okay.
Still pretty strange. Nonetheless, the runes should be exactly the same, and actually, no, a little bit of a difference. That 1 point in Warlord here for Goong, so he took that out of the earlier situation. So now we don't have to worry about anything too crazy. I was looking, in fact, the one thing that I was expecting to see and still haven't seen yet in this entire tournament is the 1% crit rune.
Nah, you don't need that. That's way too. You could get more stats for that.
If you crit once, you win the game, though. Like,
no, you don't. Not in this patch or meta.
If you can
maybe a long time ago.
If you can play it very, very carefully, then maybe you get crit and it doesn't matter. But at the same time, I just want to see 280 carries going for a 1v1. One gets a crit, one doesn't, and you just win the game off that. But sadly enough, the rest of the players don't share my
there's too much health to be had, too much regen as well.
Ideas, yeah. Especially if you start Flask. We saw that be a big pickup in game too. So might we see 2 Flask starts? It's double 80 carry. Flask definitely had a big impact, so might be seeing double Flask starts, double teleport, I can guarantee you. Although I still want to see an Ignite, Exhaust, all-in kind of deal work out, but probably won't see one of those here today.
Exhaust Ignite is too risky, honestly. If they take like Flash and Teleport, you're just kind of like, damn.
Yeah, your all-in didn't work and you lose.
Yeah. I could see, Exhaust maybe coming in with a Teleport, but that's more so like for like the best ZNA and stuff like that. Honestly, like the melee 1v1s kind of favor the Exhaust, but looks like we're going into the game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament featuring all of your favorite players from Champions this season, Goong versus Pilot. Our second best of 3 of the night here in the final blind pick, game number 3, to decide which player will advance to face the winner of our first series, which is actually Raim versus Pure. Pure advancing, and of course, winner of this series will face Pure to advance out of this individual group and get a spot in the final playoff bracket.
So, let's see. How are they going to go about this? Teleport heal for Goong, and then flash teleport for Pilot. So, he won last game based off that flash and the Lightslinger passive. So, we'll see if he can pull off anything like that. You know, Graves does have the passive that grants him the extra armor. So, that's a tough thing to break through.
Yeah, it gives him extra magic resistance too. However, unless the spectator, Teemo, wants to run out of base and start dealing damage, won't actually be all that impactful. I was thinking of, like, if there was any possible way that the magic resistance would come into effect. But nope, it is just physical damage. So, True Grit and the Buckshot actually going to be incredibly crucial here in this matchup to shove the wave, not take as much damage as he's dishing out, and already once again you can see the crystalline flask picked up here for Pilot.
Yep, going for that loss to sustain worked out last time. It should work out this time. Graves doesn't have as much range as Lucian does, and Lucian can eat the buckshots, no problem.
Nice dodge there of the first piercing light with a buckshot, and you can see, oh, really just standing in between the creep wave here. Losing out on a CS here, but oh, Pilot not afraid to lose these early trades because he has more sustain in his build.
Yep, that's literally the name of the game for him right now, is just trade as well as possible, and then just use Flask.
Hit there by the piercing light and missing a CS. Goong, a little bit of mechanical lapse here in the early game. He stood very far forward in the creep wave, and he's gotten hit by a couple of piercing lights that could have done without it. Of course, he is out of potions at this point, so a big sustain difference.
Yep, and Pilot should be having no problem of taking the creep advantage, at least for this point, and just pushing it forward. Goong is gonna have to worry about losing any of these to the turret, or just maybe he's just really good at last hitting.
Wow, yeah, he's actually gonna be able to last hit most of those under turret, but dashing forward here. If you all in, sustain doesn't matter. However, I don't see very much of a potential there, considering that Goong's actually brought heal instead of flash, so his ability to gap close for these you know, very impactful all-ins is probably going to be fairly low.
That True Grit passive, man, just too good. You saw him just running up and ignoring Lightslinger damage, like he didn't care at all. So he keeps trading like this and dodging away from Lightslingers, not Lightslingers, but dodging away from piercing lights, and he's good to go.
And actually, even with all the sustain from Pilot, he's still losing out on a lot of these trades. So, especially once we hit, you know, 2-3 Doran's blades, those trades are going to be really difficult for Pilot to deal with. Of course, sustain, kind of the name of the game here, and with the ability to dodge more buckshots than Goong has dodged Lightslingers, does dodge that one here. So, gonna dash in. Whoa, he dashed in with 300 HP. That was flashing Night Lucian. That would have been a kill.
Yeah, that's pretty ballsy, I gotta say. And Pilot, man, he's been managing these Lightslinger, oh my god, the piercing lights pretty well, as his mana management has been really nice, considering that he's got no more flash charges. So really just making the most of his full sustain build. But at this point, when there's no more charges left, it comes down to Doran's regen, Doran's damage, as well as health.
Oh, is that
just
a
so useful.
heal used? Gonna dash forward there. One more auto attack with a buckshot would have killed Pilot, but it's actually sending Pilot back to base first. Okay, yeah, there's no way he's gonna go back. He'd lose too much damage, right?
Yep. He loses the cannon wave as well. That'd be a really untimely back. Although he does have TP, but you don't want to use that cooldown just yet. You kind of want to time your TP with your opponent's TP.
And it's actually really impressive that Doran's blade singularly. Oh my god.
What? He should have let that buckshot hit him and let
and then Goong just dies to turret, and Pilot's already going to be able to retreat to a second tier turret for the shield. Yeah, getting hit by that buckshot would have been the best thing to do, kind of oddly enough. Risked dying, but at the same time, was the spectator kind of getting in on the action. But it is double Doran's, and okay, he buys a crystalline flask on his back there. Interesting to start with the Doran's blade and then get the flask on a second trip back to base. A little bit less effective there, so they lose out on some of that crystalline blast effectiveness.
So, the extended trades are gonna go on forever here. This could come down to a creep game, honestly, or the level 6 burst from Graves or Goong could really catch Pod off guard. But level 1 collateral damage doesn't do that much when you know how much AD really stacked up behind it. Normally you'd have like a BF sword.
Oh, dodging that buckshot is actually really, really huge, even with some limitations on the vision here. Level 5 versus level 5, and I think Goong might actually die here. He doesn't
Piercing
dodge
light.
the piercing light, and Pilot, coming back from base, wins the 1v1, comes back from a 1-0 deficit, and now that move right there that you just saw on your screens, the relentless pursuit sideways, dodge the buckshot, and no flash means there's no escape for Goong. With continual relentless pursuits forward, off of landing those auto attacks, it's a light slinger passive to Pilot. Picks himself up 400 gold for first blood, game 3 win, and a 2-1 win in this best of 3 series over Goong.
Yep, so my prediction was correct. Called it.
That is true, Egad. You are the prediction master here for tonight. You predicted correctly that Pilot somehow against all odds would bring us our first comeback of the Solo King. So Pilot proving to be the Solo King versus Goong, and will move on, advance to a best of 3 series versus Pure to determine the player that will advance out of this section, this bracket in Group A2. Of course, you guys want more information on the brackets, head over to lol.esportspedia.com. It's got bracket information on the tournament, and of course everything you could possibly want to know about each of the individual players as well here. You probably watched them play in Champions this season. You're gonna get to watch them play in a 1v1 playstyle here in the Solo King, of course brought to you by Azubu. So excited to see our kind of not grand finals, but the finals for this group between Pure and Pilot. Looking to get maybe some vengeance against Pilot for eliminating his teammate.
We'll see. It should be what he's looking to do, honestly, but you never know. Pilot, acceptable player, and maybe after, watching his teammate lose to him, ban Lucian. Hello?
I mean, Lucian has seemed to be his strongest champion, but at least for the time being, I think we're going to... what is this music? Are we waiting for... Okay, so we're going to watch a couple of quick videos, take a little bit of a break, and set up for our grand finals here. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Solo King 1v1 tournament presented to you, of course, by Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Meldon. Joining me once again is Daniel Egad Caruso. We're hopping into our finals for our first half of bracket A2, I believe it is, if I have my brackets correct. Yep, Group A2 featured Rame from I Am Athena, Pure from Najin Empire, Goong from Najin Empire as well, and Pilot. Of course, with Pilot and Pure advancing, they will be facing each other in a best of 3 match for the chance to advance to the final playoff bracket. Of course, there you can see players on your stream right now. Pilot facing off against Pure.
All right, so let me see here. Let me pull the card real quick. In terms of stats, 3.7 KDA for Pure. Creep score per minute is 0.86. GPM is 217. Obviously, Pure being a support, not really too big on the stats there. But then we go over to the side of Pilot. 5 KDA, 8.5 CS per minute, GPM of 400 plus, so looking pretty good there. We missed the bans, but Cassiopeia is picked up for Pilot, and Ezreal's picked up for Pure.
All right, so yeah, just hopping straight in to our first game of the finals here. For the Solo King, it's going to be an Ezreal. First Ezreal that I've actually seen. Is it the first? I want to say this is the first Ezreal that I've actually seen played. And Cassiopeia, as far as a champion, I believe this is first I want to say second Cassiopeia.
I feel like we saw one first week. I'm not sure.
I do recall it actually losing its matchup first week, so at least in the matchup here versus Ezreal, we've seen AD carries time and time again prove to be victorious. Maybe it's Lucian, going for the all-in, getting the kills like we saw Pilot do in game number 1, but Pilot actually switching gears completely over to an AP champion after he's had so much success on AD champions, but granted, there was a nice ban on his Lucian though, so that might have, prompted him to pick slightly differently.
All right, so we'll see how he plays the AP this time around. Cassiopeia versus Ezreal. Ezreal has some ways to kind of juke away a little bit from the poisons, the miasma and such with the shift. In terms of raw poke though, the Cassiopeia should be okay. This is the newer Cassiopeia as well too, so spamming out those Twin Fangs is pretty deadly, but it costs a lot of mana.
Yeah, new Cassiopeia here, of course, on patch 5.2, the live patch. It's been changed up enough to where it does cost a lot of mana. We'll see how that works out. Let's get into game. All right, of course, welcome to game number 1 of our best of 3 finals for the first half of Group A2. My name is Rapid, with me is Egad, and this is Pilot versus Pure. Of course, Pilot advancing here to the finals after victory over Goong, and Pure advancing with a victory over Raim. Ezreal versus Cassiopeia. How is this going to work out? It's Doran's Ring versus Doran's Blade. Didn't actually get a chance to check out the masteries at all, but you can assume things are actually fairly standard.
True. I'm thinking should be regular page for Pure, honestly. Just damage,
possibly,
armor, magic resist.
Yeah, possibly taking the points from masteries out of defenses and putting 3 additional points into mana regen.
I think that's more true for Pilot. I don't think that's more true for Pure.
Oh yeah, definitely for Pilot. Pure, Pure, we haven't actually seen him play Ezreal. I haven't seen anybody play Ezreal to be fair here. So is he just gonna go for the blue Ezreal build, or probably just Doran's Blades? Would expect to see out. Although that's actually something to
There's
talk
no
about.
room for blue Ezreal build. 100%. There's no room.
I meant more for like the style. Like, do you pick up cooldown reduction in your masteries?
Oh, nah. Just raw damage.
Straight AD. It's actually been attack speed that's, I guess, defined a lot of this. Can you actually just straight up kill the creeps quickly enough? So, while the late game damage for Cassiopeia is kind of unrivaled, the early game enough to be able to make her enough of a lane bully, pull out ahead in the siesta part.
I think they're gonna avoid each other for the early part of this, and then just really like try to poke out. Like Pure's gonna sit so far back here, avoiding the poison as much as possible, while trying to find some pot shots with the Mystic Shot, because at this point, the poison damage ticks fairly well, considering that he's got 38 AP.
Oh, but an early level 2 here for Pilot means that at least for a couple of creeps here, you will have the level advantage and be able to put on a lot of extra pressure here. Now, Ezreal able to CS at long range, and of course, only 1 creep behind at that point. Wasn't really set all that far behind from that. Whereas in the previous series, Goong versus Pilot, we've got a chance to see just how devastating an advantage you can have there. I think it was Pilot that actually used his Lucian at level 2 versus 1 to get a big advantage for himself. This time around, did get level 2 first, but wasn't able to make all that much happen.
Nope. I mean, Cassiopeia just running at you isn't really the scariest thing. You're just like, oh, you didn't hit your poison on me. All right, Twin Fangs, whatever. Just
yeah, you take like 3 Twin Fangs, and then she's out of mana. So.
Yep.
Big difference, though, comes in the Summoner spell category. It's Flash Ignite again here for Pure, but Pilot definitely learned his lesson from Game 1 versus Goong. He actually lost that almost solely just because he didn't take Teleport. So he'll have Teleport and Flash, so he'll be able to Flash ult here, and that'll be the real big like skill / outplay that I really want to look for is, at level 6, does he get the Flash ult stun or not?
It's gonna be tough, because Ezreal could just shift and turn around. Like, it's just the ultimate counter. But like you said, you could chase him down. It's a big burst damage. That's the thing you got to really watch out for, is that bit of a spike there. But Pilot with some good control of the lane, he's just pushing it to his own accord and making sure that he's stopping Pure from at least guaranteeing himself every last hit. So good control, at least.
Yeah, but overall, just the amount of pressure that you can put on. Dodging out all the poison there. Nice trade for Pure, but at the same time, the CS actually definitely in Pilot's favor. He's been doing more CSing, more harassing, and of course, you'll watch him poison the wave and then use his Twin Fangs on it. That actually gives you back not only the entire cost of Twin Fangs, but also refunds you, I think, 3% of your mana back as well. So it's a good way to get mana back and stay in lane, even with the higher cost of using Twin Fangs. Oh, but actually, look at this aggressive positioning. There's Ignite being put down. Is Pilot going to be able to flash backwards? There's the Arcane Shift. One more out attack. He's going to flash underneath the turret. Pure. No teleport for him, but enough aggression there. Just dodges out enough of the poison. And watch this aggressive positioning. He'll make sure that he has great positioning around Pilot. It's already used his Qs, so needs the Miasma to be able to put it down. And even with Twin Fangs, he's lost too much HP. There's the Arcane Shift covering the distance there. The flash under turret, last auto attack to secure the kill for Pure.
That was just a big blunder by Pilot, honestly. Pure capitalizing on his mispositioning so well. Jeez, I don't know what Pilot was thinking there. He had expended his mana from the Twin Fangs and was just like, oh crap, and he couldn't do anything. Once he got ignited, it was pretty much done.
Yeah, too low on mana, and of course those big nerfs to the cost Twin Fangs, not allowing all that much retaliation, and that will be game number 1 going over to Pure. And this is one of the first times that we've seen a support player natively, go I guess this far. We had Someday versus Nagne work out in Someday's favor yesterday. And it was Marin who took the win over Hachani. So Hachani did make it to the finals here, similar to Pure, but was unfortunately taken out by Marin. So this is not a support versus top lane matchup like that was, support versus AD carry, but Pure is taking game 1 over Pilot. And Pilot may say, hey, I've taken some time to try things out with Cassiopeia and make a return to his AD carry roots, which has been working very, very well for him so far. But with what you can only expect to be a Lucian ban, be interesting to see what happens here in game number 2. Picks and bans. We're actually going to see the bans here. Lucian, Caitlyn, no surprise there.
Karma as well. So, what else? Pure, being a support player, surprised me a little bit, being able to play the Ezreal that well. And normally a lot of support players do come from a background of playing other roles.
Yeah, you play with an AD carry so much that it's not necessarily interchangeable, but you kind of understand how things work.
Yep. Executing it well too is a whole other thing, but that's another time for that story. Nunu gets banned away, so a lot of the quote-unquote OPs in the 1 versus 1 matchup are finally being understood by a lot of these players.
Oh yeah, with Nunu out, still have to watch out for things like Annie. We saw Cassiopeia and Azir both banned very heavily yesterday, but seen some weaknesses with both of them losing their matchups here today. Possibility of a Rek'Sai pick. I don't know about that. We've seen traditionally ranged champions have pretty overwhelming advantage, but the Rek'Sai lock in. We'll see what Pilot's answer is.
I'm still not all familiar with the abilities. I know she can tunnel. I know that she can AoE pretty well, and she has different abilities when she's burrowed too, I believe. So
yeah, it's a little bit like the transforming champions, even though you don't transform per se. Passive is Fury the Rek'Sai, so when you burrow, you actually get health back based on how much you've auto attacked while you're above ground. Of course, the ability of Rek'Sai primarily comes from the ability to close the gap with burrow. Of course, you have a lot more move speed while you're burrowed. So you burrow to get the extra move speed. Use your tunnel ability while you're burrowed to get up close and personal with your enemy, with your opponent. And then when you unburrow, you knock everything up. You can close the gap. You get a lot of CC, a lot of damage off of her Q. Queen's Wrath is both an auto attack reset, and of course it gives you 3 different spells. A little bit like Broken Wings for Riven, if you want to look at it that way. But for Pilot, he has indeed gone back to his AD carry roots and picked up Sivir, so he'll be able to spell shield the knockup. But still, the ability of Rek'Sai to gap close should still be a very scary thing to watch out for.
All right, and we do have the Sivir locked in for Pilot, so this is going to be looking like a much better matchup for him. I don't expect too much Rash to be connecting here, and him just abusing the fact that he's a medium-ranged AD carry, and Sivir can also deal with a lot of the poke too. So the runes for Pure, what the hell is he running? He's got some CDR. The percentages of 1.5 are more CDR?
Yeah, he's definitely running. I think that 0.99 might actually be magic resistance, or be mana regen as well. But yeah, he had a bunch of different runes there, and fortunately I can't tell exactly what's going on in the rune department. Masteries are a little bit better, a little bit easier to discern. Here are Pilot's runes. So for AD carry this time around, he does have that 1 attack speed quintessence with 2 damage quintessences. You see still the 9 points in armor off of seals, and as far as masteries are concerned, shouldn't be anything too crazy here. No mana regen, just because he does have a spell shield to get mana back with, and putting points into... Wait, what? Why does he have a point in extra attack speed when you land a critical strike? Because he doesn't actually have any critical strike chance.
Maybe he's going for the
Unless that was the 1%
blade first.
No, you can... Okay. Get out of here with your terrible ideas, Egad. There'd be no Avarice Blades in my games.
It's extra money, man. Extra bit of gold, you know. It's a crit chance. Goes Yoma's Ghostblade first item, man.
Probably the least cost-effective item that you could buy for 800 gold. Oh my god. And then your opponent spends his 800 gold on a Vampiric Scepter and you just lose the game. You're just like, why didn't I buy the Vampiric Scepter? You get 8% crit chance and you attack like, I don't know, 20 times, you crit once, you're like, wow, what a great item I just bought.
Alright, so let's see. We'll be getting into this game very soon. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what could go horrifically wrong for the Rek'Sai would actually win. But that'd just probably be Pilot overstepping his bounds.
Yeah, if you do, well, I mean, to be fair, we did see Pilot do that in game number 1. He was way too far away from his turret, ran out of health, mana, and mobility, and even with the flash, was not able to get back there in time. So, game number 2, he should have learned from his positional error there in game 1, but honestly, for me, it's just gonna be kind of the, I don't know, the question, can Pure close the gap, or is Pilot's 80 carry prowess going to kind of come back and help him pick up the game to win? A situation that he's found himself in before, losing game 1 and then coming back 2 games in a row. We'll see if he can do it not once but twice, giving us both of our 2-1 comebacks.
Let's see what else. We have Watch versus Arrow as well in the next bracket. Lil Bunny versus Trace, some really good matches to come there. So still plenty more 1v1 League of Legends action to come to you guys. What else? The Extra Life charity as well, to donate there if you want to support them just a little bit.
This is where you ask me if I remember the charity that Extra Life is donating to, but we'll go ahead and talk about that once we get into game.
Cool. So we're back in it. It's going to be Pure versus Pilot. Pure 1 game up. This time we have a Rek'Sai, who we not seen at all, as it's been banned out a few times. And then we're going to have Pilot taking on the Sivir, so sticking to his 80 carry guts. I'm Egad, joining me here is Rapid, and alright, let's see if the comeback can happen a second time for Pilot.
Now, I did say I was going to finish the shout out to our Extra Life charity, and if you guys would like to help support Extra Life, which in turn lends its support to Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Of course, you can find a link to do that right down below the screen. I think there's also a sidebar at one point, depending on exactly how you're watching us here on Azubu TV. Of course, sponsoring this tournament, of course, making this Korean 1v1 Solo King tournament possible. So, do hope you guys enjoy the broadcast for game number 2. Of course, Pure 1 game up, maybe taking a game to experiment with things. Rek'Sai, certainly the newest champion, but in a melee versus ranged matchup, see how effective this is going to be. Keep in mind, no flash for Pilot, and that could be a big mistake if he gets gap closed on. Running Teleport Ignite, we'll see if he can put that early aggression to use, even without having flash.
Another big thing here is that the Rek'Sai tunnels can get stomped on pretty easily. So
he
won't.
Count as CS?
I do not believe so. It doesn't get gold or anything.
Tunnels
it's
count
just
as CS.
It's just you destroying it. It's not really like gonna count.
Well, you
I
do
believe.
Get gold for it.
You do? Oh, then it might. I don't know. I've never seen it before.
Oh my god! If Rek'Sai tunnels count as CS, that could actually be really huge. But we're just to see Pilot start with Ricochet. He'll get an early clear through the first wave, and sometimes Ricochet actually makes the minions a little bit more difficult to last it. But keep an eye on him, see how the CS goes. But
I mean, it's more so for the auto reset and just guaranteeing damage onto Rek'Sai. So we'll see.
Yeah, if you stand too close to the minion wave, even though Ricochet damage may not look like a lot, it's still taking damage for free, which is never a situation you want to be in.
Nope, and this is the horrendous matchup that.
Oh my god! Yeah, how is he even going to? Just look at that. I mean, at this point, Pilot doesn't even have to worry about killing minions as long as he just harasses Pure down. See, the difference, and this is I remember when I was first learning League of Legends, you face the Ashes in lane that would just volley, auto attack. It'd be so annoying, but then have 0 CS and then you just outscale them. Well, there's no outscale them here. The games last a lot shorter, so unless you're going for that 100 versus 100 CS, you are you're that early harass is gonna pay off.
Yep, and he's already forced. No, never mind. Not gonna force back to base. He's just gonna tunnel up and use his potions. He's got 3 left, so it's not too bad for him. But he's gonna miss quite a few creeps here.
Yeah, Cloth 5 does represent actually a lot of sustain that Pilot won't necessarily be able to have passively, but he will get a lot off of the lifesteal from Doran's Blade, of course. I want to see this burrowing mechanic used by Pure. Pure, yeah, there we go. Burrowing to regenerate his health. I feel like he should have done that the first time around, but he's sticking in the lane. Oh no! Prey Seeker gets spell shielded there by Pilot. At this point, yeah, you're starting to realize the struggles that are coming in here. Saw the same thing in week 1, where I think we had an Olaf into a Caitlyn pickup, and that worked pretty terribly.
Hey, that game was actually pretty close, so.
Well, it wound up being close there at the end with the Olaf all in, but
yeah,
that's what we're going to be looking for here from Rek'Sai. If Pure is unable to all in and pick up a kill here, it's going to be close.
I don't know why I picked up Doran's Blade. I think Doran's Shield would be too bad here, but.
I think there's actually a current bug on the live server where Doran's Shield only blocks the auto attack damage. It doesn't give you the regen from the shield. And while that's still effective versus a carry, missing stats for 3 probably is never a good idea.
No, okay, so I can go behind the Doran's Blade pick then. You know, a little bit extra sustain, health, and the damage is actually going to be okay here, but getting close to Pilot is going to be impossible still. Until like level 6. Let's see. Okay, he tries. He does end up burrowing there. Let's see, actually. I want to see Pilot step on one of these tunnels here. Let's see if it actually gives him a
Hasn't
CS.
broken it just yet, but we'll see it there. 33 CS.
34? No, it doesn't give him a
Okay, it
CS.
does not give CS. All right. I had never thought to check, because in the grand scope of things, you know, it doesn't actually matter all that much. Okay, nice spell shield does stop the knockup here. Ignite's gonna go down there, and Pilot, yeah, it's just gonna win this. The minion damage alone, just ticking down through the turret. That's Pilot bringing it back once again for the second time this tournament. Coming back with a win after being down, so we'll see this all in once again. Nice spell shield there, denies the knockup, and I think it actually might have been out of range of the knockup too here. But once you go in that, even with a flashback out, you're not going to make it out alive. Pilot with a game 2 win.
Yeah, that was just a better pick in general. Rek'Sai really just not doing anything. That's I don't like the Rek'Sai pick at all there.
Yeah, Rek'Sai, similar to, I guess, champions like, you know, Olaf versus ranged might have been a little bit closer, but any melee versus ranged matchup, you're gonna have a lot of problems, especially if you fail your all-in, you're gonna get punished pretty heavily, and, I mean, Pilot didn't even bring Flash in that matchup, and was still not necessarily ever in a really dangerous position where he needed Flash to get away from, so...
Nope.
Congratulations, Pilot, he'll bring it back in game number 2. See if he can, you know, complete the comeback in game 3. He's already done it once, so definitely some comeback potential here.
Indeed. I'm not sure if they're gonna go to a break or anything, but let's see. I'd say that still Pure just bans away more of those AD carry picks. Lucian, Caitlyn, and maybe a third priority on like Sivir. I don't know. Just good versatility from Pilot in general to be able to play just about every AD carry.
Yeah, a lot of AD carries open, and probably all of which or at least most of which, you'll see banned here going into Game 3. But of course, we won't see any bans going into Game 3 because Game 3 is blind pick, and that means that both players will get the opportunity to pick any champion that they want. So, blind pick, super exciting to see in the last game of the finals here. First half of the finals for bracket for Group A2. We'll have 2 more best of 3s, of course, with a playoff best of 3 coming up after this match, but we gotta determine which player will advance to the Solo King playoff bracket. Will it be Pure, able to finally overcome the beast that Pilot has been so far? Pilot losing that last game. We'll see what he goes for. I can almost promise. Yeah, there you go. No questions about it. Will it be Lucian or Caitlyn? Now, Pilot already faced his first loss of the day to a teleport Flask Caitlyn at the hands of Goong. But he's had so much success on Lucian that it's a little bit tough to pass that up.
Lucian surprisingly strong in these 1 versus 1 matchups. You know, the extra Relentless Pursuit cooldown is not too bad. Piercing Light from a range is pretty good. And Culling at level 6 as well. Clearing waves as well as providing extra harass. Even though you don't get much attack speed and don't get those extra shots, still the duration is long enough to be quite a big impact. So we do see both players locking in Lucian, so we're gonna have the mirror match.
Alright, super excited for the mirror match, not only because Pilot has been a monster on Lucian this entire tournament long, but also because now we get to see Pure. You know, we had success on an AD carry, and we talked about how maybe support and AD carry, not necessarily interchangeable, but they've got a lot of familiarity between them, so we'll see if that is the case here. Gotta give a slight edge to Pilot in this. We've already seen his Lucian, his positioning, his experience be so strong, but now we get a chance to see whether or not the generic Green Wings support can, or the generic Green Wings AD carry rather, gotta get my teams correct here, face off against Pure Najin's support player. Like I said, slight edge to Pilot. Do you think there's any way Pure can pull this out?
Yeah, I think so. He's definitely surprised quite a few people. The Runes Mastery's coming through. Nothing too crazy. This is a standard page that he's been running for the most part.
So what I actually believe is that that's 1.3 mana per 5, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, the same situation with an attack speed quintessence and 2 physical damage quintessences. No oddities in the runes at all, or in the masteries for that point, with the exception of that point put into critical strike chance giving you, or to every crit giving you a stacking attack speed buff. I don't think we're going to be seeing any of those here today. That 99% of the bottom is mana regen, so putting a little bit of that in the blues, because keep in mind you're probably not going to be using your magic resistance at all in an AD carry versus AD carry matchup.
I don't know.
I just no differences between the runes, or only one difference as far as the rune setup goes, and that is the 1 point in Warlord here for Pure, which I actually agree with, because I don't think there's much of a better place to put that point other than maybe in your first tier of Masters.
Okay, I can agree with that then. So we'll get into the game as soon as possible. Lucian versus Lucian. Doran's Blade versus Doran's Blade, or Flask versus Flask? What do you think?
I definitely think if you were going Caitlyn, maybe you want Flask, but with the aggressive Lucian play that Pilot's been bringing out, yeah, I think he's going to go for the Flash Ignite again and just go for that Doran's Blade start and see if he can make it happen there. He's been favoring just like his experience on AD carries, and went with Flash Ignite for the win in our previous series, so I don't see any reason why that's not going to happen here in the finals versus a support player who you can honestly, like, given Pilot's starting position on the roster, at least for the first few weeks of Champions this season, I wouldn't expect him to be, thinking, I wouldn't expect Pilot to be too scared at losing the 1v1.
Sure, he's not afraid to go aggressive, so we'll see. This is do or die time, so we'll go into it right now. Oh, you see the loading screen this time. Wow, that's different.
It is. Yeah, you got to keep us on our toes here. A little bit something different every single game. As we load onto the Rifts, keep in mind this is deciding game number 3. Pure versus Pilot. Which player will advance to the next round of the Solo King? Korean 1v1 tournament, of course, broadcast for you here on Azubu TV. I hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast. If you have any feedback, make sure to you can tweet it at Azubu TV. Of course, Let us know what you think about the Solo King tournament so far. I think it's actually been really cool to see a lot of the players play outside of your super rigid professional champions matches 5v5. You can see a little bit more of their personality, playing champions you wouldn't necessarily expect to see them play, and of course the 1v1s answering the question, of course, who is the Solo King?
Who is the Solo King? I know that's going to be an interesting crown to title, especially for a lot of the Korean players. Probably one of the most aggressive scenes when it comes to being on top, and this is definitely a title that a lot of players want. So I wouldn't be surprised if I actually would be surprised if a support player won it. So that's something we got to keep an eye out for. Like once Mad Life comes in, Pure making a big showing too now, looking to see if he can take down Pilot game 3.
I
Flask
actually really
versus
thought I had
Dornsblade.
Shawnee last week. Could pull it out for the support players in us all, but it was a close. He lost 2-1 to I want to say Marin in week 1. But regardless,
Yep, it was tomorrow.
it was 2-0 to
Yep,
to Marin.
2-0
But yeah, for right now, Lucian versus Lucian shouldn't be all that great of a difference. Just trying to check out their masteries. 33 armor here for I believe that's Pure. Yeah, 33 armor for Pure. It should be a very similar setup for Pilot. Just see some of those tiny differentials, but actually overall a lot less AD for Pilot, as they are switching around between the two of them. 72 is starting here, so just a little bit of extra damage. You can see Pilot actually taking a lot of extra damage, but he did start with the Flask Potions build instead of going for a Doran's Blade. You can see he's actually microing forward so that these creeps are helping him as far as damage is concerned, making up the difference for not having quite as much.
Yeah, the thing is, though, he doesn't have as much armor, and he just gets chunked out hard too. That extra Doran's damage really coming into effect there. But again, like you said, the sustain is really good from the Flask. He's got the extra potions as well, and I mean, Pure, if he keeps playing like this and gets the most advantageous poke that he can get, it's going to really whittle away at Pilot's regeneration. And Pure hasn't had to use his potion just yet. He's going to retreat to the river just a little bit. Pilot's going to get the positioning advantage there.
Pilot,
but,
yeah, really winning that 1v1. He got the Piercing Light proc off too while he was able to dodge Pure's Piercing Light, so big difference.
Very big difference. Jeez. So Pilot's got the level advantage as well. And with this, the way he's manipulating the cannon wave too, he denied a creep away from Pure.
And that's 40 gold, which is actually a really big deal. You see both Lucians going at it. Flash teleport for them both, so no ignites here. No super aggressive summoner spells, but keep an eye on those flashes, see if they are used aggressively or defensively. Of course, I think if you use your flash defensively, you probably already lost the matchup.
Yeah, if you're flashing away from somebody, you are in a very bad spot. And look at that, just so aggressive. Pilot just doesn't care. He's just like, oh, you got Doran's Blade damage? Whatever, man, I got a Flask. Yeah, I will out-sustain you 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, exactly. If he doesn't, as long as he doesn't, take a turret shot,
even one turret shot's fine. Even one turret shot's fine.
Well, and the bigger difference, of course, being the mana difference. You can see Flask giving Pilot all the mana he needs to continue that push, and even with teleport, Pure is just going to be able to pick up, a mana potion when he comes back to lane, whereas when Pilot goes back, he's going to have all those mana potions sort of refunded for free in the form of his Chalice, or Crystalline Flask.
Okay, so double Dorans now. Both players going back. TP expended for Pure, though, so Pilot, if he really wanted to, could walk to this lane, but chooses to take the express route and the teleport, so they'll be relatively the same cooldown, so he should have a general idea of that, and instead of going for the extra Dorans, he went for the longsword.
Is he going to try to farm up a Brutalizer?
Possibly?
That would actually take a lot of extra gold, and I feel like just Doran's Blades into Pickaxe has been the kind of the build of choice if you want to depart from just stacking up Doran's Blades.
I'd say just Vampire Acceptor, honestly, but that's just my preference.
Would actually be a better choice. It's way cheaper. You lose out on about 4 damage by going for that. You get 7 AD from your Doran's Blades, and of course you get 10 from a longsword, so slightly more. Pilot hiding in the brush there for a second there. He's gonna lose this trade, at least I believe he will. Double Doran's Really working out there. And you can see, whoa, Pure forcing that flash out. Pilot, the flash back in. It's Pure in the 1v1. Taking out Pilot. Like you said, when you flash defensively, you're going to lose. Now, Pilot getting forced backwards. Now, there's not even a level discrepancy. Just that Doran's versus Doran's. No health on that, the longsword. Pilot losing out. I think he stuttered one auto attack here.
He tried to
Dodges
flash
away.
the piercing light, but didn't. He mistimed that.
Yeah, if he had flashed that piercing light, he actually probably would have won the 1v1.
100%, because the creeps were beating it onto Pier as well.
Wow, so just a split second there from Pilot, not able to flash that piercing light, and that'll mean that your solo king for the first half of Group A2 will be Najin EM Fire's Pure, and he will advance to face, well, I think everybody else in the playoff bracket. So not sure about seeding for the playoff bracket, but out of Group A2, it's going to be Pure advancing, and that means that after this, I think we actually will have a short break before we get into our second set of best of threes. We're going to have Watch versus Arrow, and of course, I Am Athena's female player Lol Bunny versus Trace, another Jin Air Green Wings player there. So excited to see. We actually get a chance to watch KT Rolster play here as well. So they had a lot of success yesterday, I think, with 3 out of 3 of their players making it to the finals of their groups. So it'll be exciting to see whether or not Arrow can continue the success of his former teammates, or whether or not Watch, Lol Bunny, or Trace will be advancing through the playoff bracket there. So be exciting to see there. And I think after this, or before our break, we're actually going to get an interview. So we'll go ahead and see if we can get Pure on the phone and get a quick interview with Pure before we head on out.
네, 피오 선수.
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 네. 자, 역시나 가장 인상적이었던 경기는 마지막
So of
그
course we will
3세트
be getting
경기에
a
루시안
quick translation here, I
미러전이었었는데요.
think.
네,
Give me
경기를
one
이긴
moment to
승리를
confirm.
거둔 소감 한마디 들려주시죠.
일단 서포터인데 올라갈 줄 몰랐거든요. 네, 그래서 올라가게 돼서 많이 기뻐요.
네, 자 그렇습니다. 자 마지막 사실 이게 원딜을 했었던 파일럿 선수의 루시안을 본 그때의 느낌은 좀 어땠었나요?
예. 근데 상대팀이 루시안 할 줄 알았어요. 왠지 할 것 같았어요.
알고도 지금 루시안이
Alright, so
탈락이란 건가요?
the first question for Pure was, the last game was a mirror match. How did you feel when you actually won the mirror match versus Pilot, who is a great AD carry? So Pure said, I was a little bit worried,
아니요. 그거 그냥 한번 해보고 싶었어요.
but I was happy to win the 1v1 matchup. So second question is, so how did you think about the Lucian matchup when it was blind pick? And Pure says that he knew it was going to be Lucian just because Pilot had already won games on Lucian. So we'll see what else he has to say.
계속 열심히 해서 한번 우승 노려보도록 할게요.
So the next question was, so you really expected the mirror match?
감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
자 이렇게 해서 피오 선수의 인터뷰를 한번 들어봤는데요.
And his answer was, yes, I was a little bit worried about going into a 1v1 matchup versus Pure or versus Pilot, but he was happy to win.
As any other player would really be.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, there aren't too many players I think that would be happy with losing. But final question was just asking for his final thoughts. I believe he just said, he said he'd try his hardest and do his best and then try to advance as far in the tournament as he could. So that's gonna do it for our post-game interview with Pure, the player that will advance out of this side of the bracket. Of course, I believe that does mean that we are going to head off to a quick break while we set things up for our second half of tonight's broadcast. So it's been a nice start to the day. And of course, do you want to make sure that you guys stick around, because coming up we have Watch versus Arrow, Lol Bunny versus Trace, and of course the final matchup between the winners of both of those best of threes to determine who will be the solo king of Group A2 and advance to the playoff bracket. So of course, stick around. This is the Solo King, a 1v1 tournament brought to you here on Azubu TV. Of course, we'll be heading off to a short break. We'll see you soon. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King, a 1v1 Korean tournament, of course brought to you here on Azubu TV, of course featuring all of your favorite champions players in a 1v1 format, best of 3 games with a blind pick third game. Nothing but the best here, coming up with our, I think this is our third best of 3 of the day. It'll be Najin, EM Fire's Watch.
Technically the fourth, if you count the semifinals.
Okay, technically the fourth. Thank you. This is my co-caster, EGAD. My name is Rapid, and of course, you guys are awesome, so thank you for tuning in to the Solo King. Watch versus Arrow. So, I think Watch may be a little bit of a bigger superstar than Arrow, maybe at least in the public perception, but as far as predictions for Group A came, for Watch versus Arrow, we actually asked OGN writer Chex what his thoughts were on this game, and he said that both players really couldn't convince fans and viewers that they were top players on their teams in Korea. But with Watch's champion pool seeming to be actually kind of limited, Arrow's weaknesses were always in his lane phase. So this is kind of all about the lane phase. We'll see if that is a limitation of Arrow. You can see Arrow actually locking in Anivia versus Watch's Nasus. Help me out here, EGAD. It seems to me like champions like, I don't know, Caitlyn still available. Lucian was banned though, so a lot of AD carries being banned versus Arrow. I don't think that's a big mystery, but these bans versus Watch, I don't know, man.
So let's see.
Yorick, Evelyn, and Heimerdinger.
I'm thinking like how Nasus could beat Anivia. I mean, pre-6, just running up and siphoning striking, the passive lifesteal's also pretty nice. Wither in this matchup is meh,
Almost.
since Anivia is slow enough.
Yeah, Anivia, one of the slowest base movement speeds in the game, so you definitely have to watch out for that. And so, I think I'm not really thinking there's any way that Nasus will beat an Anivia in a CS game. Like, Anivia's ability to CS is probably...
Well, pre-6, Nasus can keep up, but after 6, it's
yeah,
just
after
like,
6, it's going to be ridiculous. So, see the champion cards here, of course. Arrow, AD carry for KT Rollster as his primary champions. Corki Tristana, of course that is pre-reworked Tristana, and of course Sivir, which may make a showing here in this series. For Watch, jungler for Najin, EM Fire, you see Jarvan, Lee Sin, and Rek'Sai, none of which he'll probably be playing unless he wants to go for, I guess, some crazy all-in stats. So we'll see how this works out. I mean, as far as the matchup is concerned, I would give maybe a slight edge to Anivia, but we'll see if Nasus can either farm things up to where his siphoning strikes hit pretty hard and then go for some nice all-ins.
Let's see. All right. I don't know, man. I don't think the Nasus ultimate's gonna be that good. If he doesn't go Ghost, how does he run down the Anivia? We'll just have to wait and see until like the game actually begins, which is now. All right, we're back into it. So this will be the first game of the second side of the bracket for Group B. This is Arrow taking on Watch. I'm EGA, joining me here is Rapid. And let's see how this game goes. This is not something we thought we'd see. Anivia versus Nasus.
Now, the only thing that I could think to myself is, I think they got the wrong items here.
AP Nasus is actually okay, so he's gonna look to max E. It's
Yeah. Okay, so AP Nasus maybe, like, if I go out partying the night before and I come back and you're convincing me AP Nasus, maybe I'll believe that, but the AD Anivia. Yeah, that's the same sound I'm making. Cat, what do you know?
Last hits, man. Her
auto attack
damage
animation is terrible.
Yeah, it's fine. Whatever, you can manage.
Last hitting with Anivia, that was one of the big things that people would always congratulate Froggen on, is that his ability to last hit with Anivia's auto attacks was just something that was so incredibly skilled. But face checking here into the AP Nasus. Look at that Soulfire damage. good night. That is fairly impressive. Did not expect to see that out of an AP Nasus, but
I mean, I think he's. I wish we could have seen the runes. Unfortunately, we couldn't. But there's no AP on this Anivia. There is none. 0. 39 on the Nasus though. Jesus, I don't know how this Anivia is gonna battle it. Like the sustain is just way too much from the Nasus. He can AoE clear very well early on with Soulfire, and the right clicks hurt quite a bit.
well, and to be fair, the lifesteal out of
He
the
has attack
Soul Eater
speed.
passive. Wait,
Does he? Yeah, this
it
is
looks
much
like
faster.
it.
He forced out the heal already. He's got flash. He can chase this down. This might be a dead
Oh
Nasus.
my god, I think is Watch This dead? Now they can run around as much as they want as long as they don't kill any creeps. So for the time being, Arrow's just going in for
He's
the flash
flashing
here.
forward.
He's flashing, he's looking for the stun there, he does get a
He's
slow. Last auto attack's gonna come out, the AD Anivia from Arrow. Able to take out Watch's AP Nasus.
I think he should have hit in that mid brush and just turned around and right clicked as much as
Yeah,
possible.
try for the auto attack. Yeah, at least he would have gotten the lifesteal off.
Oh, what the hell? He's only got 25 armor too. That's a really low armor total.
25 armor. He must have just gone all in, like completely flat ability power. Oh my god.
Well, all right, there you have it. I guess Arrow gets the first game with the AD Anivia.
Feels like calling Arrow a solo king off of his AD Anivia play. Maybe somewhat of a hasty generalization, but that's how you do it, man. AD Anivia. Picking up a win here for Arrow versus Watch's AP Nasus.
Next game, ban Anivia? I don't know, actually. What's gonna happen there?
Well, at least for the time being, we're gonna have to, go back into game number 2 and get a little bit of a reset. Maybe allow Watch to compose himself. The AP Nasus, not something that I necessarily would have expected, for a very good reason. I think we just got a chance to see exactly what that reason was. So hopefully this time around we get a chance to look at champion picks and bans and check out the runes and masteries. I think runes and masteries would have been an interesting experience to go through in game 1, trying to figure out why on earth these guys were running so much ability power.
Yeah, I just... I'm still kind of left a little speechless there because of how that went, but all right. I mean, next picks, maybe we'll see something unorthodox again. That's what I can only assume.
Well, at least for right now, I'm expecting that at least one of these games will be at least marginally, I don't want to say meta, but we've seen a lot of players have a little bit of fun with their matches. Earlier on, I think we actually got a chance to see Lee Sin versus Lee Sin in the blind pick 3rd game of a best of 3. So it'll be, crazier things have happened. We've also seen I think it was, was it Alistar versus Braum? We've seen some crazy matchups here in the Solo King, so it's not necessarily just about being a Solo King. You gotta have some fun along with it.
Yeah, I guess you just gotta really find some time to have a casual game of League of Legends. So as we get into this, we see the Lucian banned away. No surprise there. Someone such as Pilot, really good at that champion.
Yeah, and Arrow no exception. He's an 80 carry player, and he is playing. He is here on KT Rolster, and while KT Rolster have not had that great a season in Champions in the 5v5 play, their 1v1, of course, working out so far. KT by far having the most victories in the Solo King so far. Once again, very similar picks and ban phase as we saw in game number 1. Keep in mind, they might just be going for the rematch. I mean, maybe Watch is convinced in the AP Nasus power, and he just wants to go right back to it.
I mean, AP, jeez, AP Nasus. That was such a blunder. I don't know. All right, Caitlyn, Yorick, Ezreal, and what's the last ban here for Arrow? Anivia? Maybe Watch is gonna steal Arrow's AD Anivia.
You take the Anivia pick away. I don't know. Well, here is Arrow looking for that last ban Of course, this time the Yorick banned by Watch, and no Evelyn banned here. That was banned in the first series. Probably not a contested pick, although Watch, as a jungler, has probably played his fair share of Evelyn. Could go for some cool, like, stealth picks if he wants to,
But then you just
the
get countered by like
pick.
a pink ward. Like he just brings a pink ward, it's late, and you're like, what do I do?
And then it becomes like a battle to protect the pink ward, but it does look like Watch is just going to, he is a jungler, so he does have experience playing Nunu. If he goes for that, would be interesting to see. We've already seen one victory for Nunu, and actually only one game of Nunu, so I'm not surprised to see him, with a little bit of a low appearance rate.
I mean, we had that one pick, like you said, but other than that, like he's really strong with those Ice Blast taking her out and the potential, absolute zero. But he's still melee. He does have some good sustain, but again, getting poked out consistently is just really annoying. So Watch just goes for the Misfortune instead.
Now, Misfortune, of course, an AD carry you don't traditionally see very much in the current 5v5 meta, but one that does 1v1 actually really well. Specifically, if you have Blade, if you have Spell Weaving and Blade Weaving, your Make It Rain, even though it's not traditionally a very high damage spell, it will stack up at 3% extra damage for your auto attacks. So you've also got the double up to give yourself an auto attack reset, but here is an Anivia for Arrow. Is he going back to the AD Anivia? I don't know. You got 10 seconds left to think about it. AD Anivia or
I don't think
Draven?
Anivia should ever beat Misfortune, so
Even if
maybe I'll
it's
be
AD
proved wrong
Anivia,
again.
I don't know. Arrow is going to lock in the Anivia pick, though. Will it be AD or AP only? Time and checking out his runes and masteries will tell.
I'm going with AD. Let's see. I mean, just contesting a Misfortune with just straight right clicks is gonna be tough. She has impure shots. She's got double up damage. The Anivia can stun, but
You
it's
sound
not
way
enough.
too optimistic about that.
I don't know. I don't think it's gonna work.
I don't know. We'll figure things out as we get into game number 2. Watch already down 1-0, and of course he'll be facing off against Arrow's Anivia for the second time here. I don't have too many words of encouragement for Watch other than maybe. Oh my God! Can you imagine if this is AP Misfortune?
I would actually be very surprised.
I would literally die. It would be both the Solo King on the Rift and the Solo King casting with EGAD.
I mean, I'd only be able to cast until like your computer just shut off or something. Just goes to sleep mode.
My
I'd be like,
computer
"Oh."
might die too. The AP Anivia power might just be too much. And of course, Watch. I mean, you wouldn't really even be able to buy items like Lichbane or like Nashor's Tooth like you would expect on an AP, AD carry. So I don't know.
You can get Asher's Tooth and like Runin's Hurricane.
I want to see one 1v1 game in which somebody is allowed to buy a Runin's Hurricane.
This doesn't look like it happened. So
I'm
what is
mildly
this page?
skeptical. Okay, so this page says AD. It's got 1.5%. I think that's a lifesteal quintessence.
That's weird. There's like a random plus 40 health, I guess, in there.
Splitting AD in health isn't terrible.
You just pretty much made a Doran's Blade out of that page.
effect. It's like build your own Doran's Blade. Oops, getting out of masteries. Now this page actually makes a little bit more sense. You've got armor seals, you've got attack speed reds, and of course a little bit of magic regeneration or mana regeneration in your blues, along with some extra AD from your quintessences. And as far as mastery goes, here for Arrow, fairly standard, nothing too surprising across
You're
the
talking about
board.
standard. This isn't standard for Anivia.
Oh, that's right. He is going with Anivia. See, I see Arrow, and I think to myself, AD carry. So I'm like, okay, well, the AD carry is running with an AD rune page. What could possibly... And then you realize it's AD Anivia. So.
Interesting times. I don't know.
Well, interesting times call for interesting measures, EGAD. And I don't think it gets much more interesting than this. Interesting, a great word to use for situations like these. It's very non-committal, non-judgmental, and of course you can't really say too many bad things about Arrow's AD and Nivea. Maybe off meta, but it was good enough to pick him up game 1 versus Watch's AP Nasus.
That still was a bit of a blunder by the Nasus by Watch. Like, I don't know. He didn't even try to just soulfire spam. He just like ran up to him and was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'm dead."
Well, maybe he's learned his lesson. Watch kind of missing, like you said, the opportunity for maybe 1, maybe 2 extra auto attacks in his previous game. That it was just costed to him. We'll have to keep an eye out here as we load into game number 2, our best of 3 series. This is our final best of 3, or our final half of the group of the night. So we've got this best of 3, and then 1 best of 3 immediately following this. Between Lol Bunny and Trace, and of course the deciding best of 3 to determine which player will advance from this group A2. So excited to see which player advances. I would give the advantage to Arrow, just given the devastating power of his AD and Nivea so far. But of course, Watch on Najin, no stranger to evening the score in these best of 3 series by far.
Yeah. All right, well, they should be looking to go into the map very soon. And we'll be good to go for this match. So we just gotta wait for them to kind of give us the hand signal cue.
Usually it's a hand signal. It was a hand signal yesterday.
It's a hand signal today. It's just he's kind of a little bit more subtle about it.
It's true. The unseen hand signals are the deadliest. And
There it is. Boom. Boom.
there you go.
All right, well, we're back for game number 2 between Watch and Arrow. Arrow leading currently 1-0 using AD and Nivea. They'll be doing the same thing this time around. Flask picked up for Watch, though, with some potions, looking for some high sustain. Arrow looking for the long sword of potions. Egad, joining me here is Rapid, and we're in for a doozy.
And also apparently some laughing there from Misfortune. You don't get to hear Misfortune's laugh all that often. Mostly just because you don't get to see Misfortune all that often. A travesty, a shame, and one that is rectified here by Watch. He decided that he had to go with a champion pretty enough for him to play, so Misfortune's in there. And for Arrow, I don't know, the longsword start too. Maybe if you're Zed, sure. If you're Talon, maybe. If you're an AD caster assassin, maybe you go longsword. Maybe Riven goes longsword, long health potions. But not a Nivea. Of course, for Arrow, only the best will do. His teleport ignite a Nivea now. No flash. TP ignite. Summoner spell choices here. So if you're looking to play AD and Nivea like Arrow, it's your way to go.
I guess. I don't think there'd ever be a situation where you really want to do that, but in 1 versus 1, apparently so. So, I don't ever think a dual lane AD and Nivea, could that work? That could probably work.
Yeah, I've seen
put it like
I've
a
seen
Thresh or
support
something.
Nivea before.
Yeah, support Nivea is fine, but like, what would you pair with an Nivea to be like a good AD carry to carry?
I think you would pair turning off your computer and not playing it. Because
Okay.
for AD and Nivea so far, we're just gonna keep an eye on the CS. See who's gonna pull ahead in there. Arrow's gonna miss 1 already. 2-2 in CS, so 1 miss apiece for both sides. Arrow continuing to look for opportunities to harass, but look at that double up. It's gonna start coming in, and it is AD Misfortune, so I feel a little bit more reassured about that.
I mean, the AD Misfortune should fare much better. I don't think Arrow really can do all that much. In terms of like raw sustain too, Watch did go for the better route in the Flask, so he's really going to be able to soak up these autos, as well as with Strut he can dodge away from any kind of stun or gap closing that Arrow would look for.
without starting with either a Doran's Blade or a longsword, you can see Watch's Misfortune starting with, I believe, 66 AD at level 2. So that's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with, although these, you gotta say, not dodging away from double ups. Really costing Arrow a little bit of HP. He does have health potions in his inventory. 2 still left.
I don't think he's gonna even need to use those. Arrow's not getting much harassing. When he does try to, you know, just Watch responding well by getting his own amount of clicks back. So it's gonna be pretty even for now, but this is a pretty big wave that built up, and Arrow can pretty easily catch up to, seeing as to how his auto attacks hit for quite a lot. So shouldn't be missing too much here.
Yeah, I mean, Arrow's auto attacks do hit for enough to last it, I guess, decently under turret. The struggle comes when it, you know, involves Arrow's spells actually dealing damage, and I guess there's always that, you know, glorified base ratio, but just look at how much damage Watch is able to trade right back at you.
Also, if you put a Nivea into egg, does that count as a kill? No, right?
Nope.
No, okay.
You actually have to kill the egg itself. So if Arrow is able to, you know, get back underneath his turret, then that is going to, it's gonna save his life. But he does not have flash, so won't be able to, like, you know, die and then flash underneath his turret so that his egg is safe from harm.
Okay. So see, could be some mind games there as well. Trying to bait Watch back into a lull of a false sense of security when he does end up, you know, thinking he killed Arrow. He's like, oh yeah, I won the match now, but it's like, oh, he's in the egg. Wait a minute, no, I didn't.
Alright, so as far as skill distribution is concerned, no points in Crystallize there for Arrow. Just gonna split things up between Flash Frost and Ice Blast. But for Watch, you actually put 1 point into Impure Shots, and then of course maxing Double Up as your second item, or your second ability. Probably no surprise there. You're just going to see it continuing to get off some really good harass behind turret. I think what Arrow is actually going to do is let himself die under turret, and then revive in his egg passive to get that extra sustain in lane.
Even then, yeah, I guess doing that is okay in that scenario, since that you save your TP, but again, you come back into that lane with no mana, and...
Wait, so he lost his passive and he's going back to base. Now this is AD Anivia, so you don't really need that much mana in the first place. Arrow goes back to base, buys double longsword, or double Doran's blades, and a longsword.
I don't know how I feel about that. That was weird. That just looks weird in general to just do that. But I guess he wants the Doran's blade. He wants the priority on, you know, being able to out-trade Watch. But Watch is going back to base himself. He'll pick up his own double Doran's, or triple Doran's. Whoa. So he'll be much better off.
All right, well, it's going to be exciting to see triple Doran's come back in the lane. The Crystalline Flash too. We've seen over and over again exactly how effective that is at you know, the lane sustain. Specifically, if you have high value spells that you can cast, like you know, for Arrow, he probably doesn't have too many spells that he is actually actively looking to use. I mean, sure, you land a stun and that's, you know, 3 trades afterwards, and even without any ability power, the spells are actually going to do a decent amount of damage, just thanks to the spell crit on that Flash Frost.
Yep. So with this ultimate too now from the Anivia, pushing into her is going to be so hard. Or pushing into Arrow. I don't mean to call him her, but I'm just referencing the fact that he's Anivia. But, you know, he's able to just throw out that storm. He's able to not really maintain it, though, which is the big thing. His mana pool is going to be suffering a lot.
Double ups continuing to you know, be thrown out there, but they're not actually landing as quite as much as they used to. Although, you know, right as they say, oh, stun gonna come in. There's a lot of damage traded right back in there. One shot of those Impure Shots going back on towards Arrow, but Arrow definitely feeling the struggle now. Keep in mind, no Anivia passive up for another 5 minutes. That is going to be a very high value passive down.
And he could just play around that, honestly. Just play a little bit more defensively. But when he does end up giving that space over to Watch, Watch is really just going to take leaps and bounds ahead. Already, he's got a bit of an advantage in terms of the creeps, but that's because the lane hasn't pushed up yet. And with this wave, it's 4, so he's currently got 2 total creeps ahead of Arrow if Arrow doesn't miss anything here. Which isn't that big of a deal.
Yeah, Arrow's last hitting is actually doing okay, as far as, the last hitting versus last hitting matchup. Will that actually be something that we see as a win condition here? I mean, we do have two, quote-unquote AD carries. But last time Arrow did win by, chasing Watch down, so we'll have to see if that is something he wants to go for here. One turret shot taken there by Watch, but with triple Doran's blades and enough sustain, I don't think that'll actually matter.
Nope. He could take like 4 to 5 turret shots and be okay. So that's also another big thing is Miss Fortune does get a lot of health. So she's also just naturally tanky and not in terms of AD carry tanky, not in terms of like top lane tanky. So, we got Watch. He's just gonna beat into this tier 1 turret, and there's nothing Arrow can do about it right now. His TP's still down for a decent amount of time. If he goes back to base, he's gonna lose his turret with this next wave since it's a siege wave.
Yeah, Arrow's in a lot of problems. He can try to spam out that Flash Frost, but it's just not going to be enough to keep him in this lane. He is going to have to go back. He is out of sustain, and while he will get some lifesteal, some health back from those Doran's Blade lifesteal, that is not going to be very consequential at this point in the game. Flash and heal both available. And Summoner spells here from Watch, and I think he's just gonna go for the. Okay, well, guess he wins the anticlimactic victory award. He's walking under turret and doubling up your opponent. I don't know. They definitely gonna make it double or nothing. So we'll see which player is actually able to advance now that Watch has evened up the score versus Arrow.
And we go to blind pick now too. So what is Watch gonna go for next? I mean, the Misfortune worked out pretty well. That's because he went up with Nivea, and the Nivea was AD. Had the Nivea been AP and maybe differentiated the build just a little bit, the Doran's rings with possibly tier would have been but other than that, the AD Nivea only works once. Definitely against melee matchups.
Yeah, as far as the versus melee matchup is concerned, that's always something you have to worry about, running into a range. Specifically one like a Nivea, where you've got a lot of, a fair amount of crowd control, even without a lot of ability power. So, something to keep an eye on. Definitely expecting to see range versus range, and specifically AD carry versus AD carry matchup here. We already know that, at least Arrow is very confident with his AD carries. Watch is yet to show quite as much confidence of his own, but he did take down game number 2, so at least he'll be, he'll stay in it. Of course, still wanting to advance to that grand final to maybe take some revenge for his former teammate.
Take revenge indeed. So let's see if we can get into the blind pick as soon as possible. I'm thinking Caitlyn and Lucian, but who knows? Maybe Watch will just do or die by the AD and Nivea. I think if he just sticks to AD and Nivea, it'd be fun, but at the same time, you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose.
Yeah, going 3 out of 3 games in the solo king with AD and Nivea is a pretty bold statement to make. It's like, I'm not only the solo king, I am the solo AD and Nivea king. I don't know too many people who already have that claim to fame. Maybe that is a claim to fame that Arrow is looking for. As far as Watch is concerned, I don't know if you just pick a jungler that you're good with and then try to make that work, but you can't kill jungle creeps. So for the most part, it'll be interesting to see how this possibly AD and Nivea works out. But we're going to be getting into game number 3, of course, here in just a second. Game 3's our blind pick, which means you can go with any champion you want.
So what do you think he's gonna go for here?
I mean, we've kind of seen Caitlyn be the non-stop factor in 1v1 matchups. Lucian as well, also a possibility. Already got done seeing one best of 3 decided by a Lucian 1v1, and even with a Lucian 1v1, it's still going to be a fairly interesting game number 3 to decide which player will advance.
He just locked in Draven. All right. Let's go Arrow.
All right, man. Draven's pretty hypey there. It's a champion that isn't really forgiving. Deals primarily physical damage. By primarily, I mean good sweet lord. His physical damage is ridiculous, but will this be a Lee Sin for Watch? Of course, he's a master with the champion. He's played it, countless times in
Nasus?
champions, but once again the Nasus. I don't know, Kev. This is probably not AP Draven, so I don't know if they're just continuing to switch things up or what's going on, but it does look like there's going to be a Nasus. Will this be the ability power based Nasus that we've already seen Watch play once? I want to see those runes and masteries.
Should be standard Draven, honestly, but the Nasus, yeah, it's up in the air still. I don't understand. Interesting. So here's the runes for the Draven Arrow. It's got attack speed. It's got standard damage and such. Masteries as well as 21-9, so nothing too out of the ordinary there.
Yeah, nothing like super crazy on all fronts, but if you want to check out the runes and masteries, they actually make a lot of sense there. You can see flat ability power. Wait, that is flat ability power, right?
Yes, 26.
Yeah, and then magic resistance in the reds, and of course your armor for glyphs.
Okay, so AP Nasus again. No armor, nothing crazy. just raw AP, I guess. Whatever works for him, man.
Well, for the time being, we're waiting to load into our last game of this best of 3 series. It is going to be Watch versus Arrow, KT Rollsters. Of course, a team that has had a lot of success here in hashtag the Solo King. If you guys would like to join the conversation about the Solo King or share your thoughts on today's matches, head on over to Twitter and use the hashtag the Solo King. Let us know what you thought about the AP Nasus picks, about any of the games tonight. Love to hear what you have to say, and of course tweet at Azubu TV. Of course, you can also tweet us here on the caster desk, gesturing emphatically at Rapid Casting and at EGAD Casts. We'd love to hear more about what you thought about the show. And of course, I'd love to see more of just these two guys like battling it out in like a best of 17. I'd watch that, but mostly just because they have they have very aggressive play styles and of course very unique champion picks.
Yeah, I gotta say I like the variation. Seems good. Seems like they're having some fun again. gotta let the players have fun. That's all it's about. And we're just waiting to really get onto the rift once we get the hand motion.
All right, well, there's one hand motion. I don't think that was actually the real one. Gotta keep an eye on the things here, but we should be loading into our final game of the night here in of this series of the night. So, which player will be the Solo King in this particular best of 3? We're gonna get into game and find out. And here we go. Welcome back. Good to see us load back onto the Rift, and it's good to be back to check out what is probably going to be up 34 flat ability power. It's going to be an AP Nasus from Watch. He'll be playing up against Arrow's Draven, who is unfortunately not an AP Draven. which is, the way things should be. All is well in the world, as far as Arrow's Draven is concerned.
All right, flask potions. Watch. Let's see.
Watch is really trying to make this work.
I don't think it should work or ever will work, but who knows? The Draven, once he gets level 3, has level 2 points in the axes. There's nothing Watch can do. He can't move up. He can't auto. All he can do is Soulfire. So we'll see. As he spams away at the back animation.
kind of spamming some axes out there. Of course, waiting a few more seconds until minions respawn. I want to see champions that can do things before minions spawn. You can have Heimerdinger set up turrets, little things like that, just to get a slight early advantage. Minions coming out of base now, and I want to watch these Soulfires from Watch. He would have had to run a lot of cooldown reduction too from his runes.
I don't think there was any cooldown reduction. It was just magic resist, AP, and armor, I think.
One of life's great
He's got more armor this time. He doesn't have 25 armor, he's 32, so much better off.
Well, both laners just waiting patiently. Spinning around some axes. I saw Arrow spinning his axes. I was like, wait a second. He already has 2 spinning axes, but he hasn't auto-attacked anything yet. And now he will start to get those axes down. 1 Soulfire down, but of course it won't actually pick him up any CS. He still has to walk forward.
It just pushes the wave. It just pushes the wave and screws him over so hard. Every time he Soulfires. He's gotten 3, which is okay, but for now, he has to manage his mana. He has to manage where Arrow is positioning himself, and just spamming out Soulfire for 1 or 2 creeps that he just didn't even get there is not worth it. Oh jeez.
Yeah, and so at this point, you probably won't see a CS differential form at least super early on, but you can already see Arrow doesn't even have a CS advantage or a level advantage, and he's already starting his own Watch off a little bit of these.
Yep. Level 2, just use that rage, man. Just keep going forward and just surging himself. Just absolutely impossible for Nasus to deal with this, especially once the wave is busy just dealing with the other side of the wave, like red versus blue wave. I don't know what I was trying to say there. Once the minions are fighting each other is a better way to state that. He can just focus on Arrow. Or focus on Watch, excuse me.
Yeah, well, I guess, maybe focusing on yourself, know yourself.
He is Draven, alright? He just
the enemy.
talks to himself in the third person.
That's a good point. We need to know ourselves, but oh my god, look at that Draven damage that Arrow putting out. Not sure there's too many ways Watch can survive through this.
If he had Flash Ignite, he would have got the kill. 100%.
Very, very close. Yeah, Arrow's dropping down actually pretty low. Doesn't have any health potions, and the sustained advantage is, a big one for Watch. If he was looking to pick up a kill, he would have to Wither first. And does he have enough for Wither and Q? I think so.
Wither's 100 mana, so it's tough. The mana management has been kind of off point for Watch this game at least, because he's had to use Wither defensively. He's been spamming up the Soulfires, and it's just so hard in this matchup. I mean, at least he's done an amazing job of keeping Arrow low, which is the hard thing. And that Soulfire is so strong when you're maxing it. And against an AD like this, with only 37 magic resist, when you put so much into AP, it's really good.
Well, no worries about that, but as far as the way that the lane matchup is going to work, we saw early pressure from Arrow. Of course, he will be forced back to base. Sustain, kind of the name of the game here tonight. Crystalline Flask and those health potions doing wonders to keep Watch's AP Nasus in lane.
But now, Arrow comes back. He's full health, full mana, and he's going to keep this CS lead looking to go strong, honestly. It depends on where Watch TP's back to. If he TP's back into the lane, he won't be able to miss. He won't be missing a lot.
Oh, whoa. The biggest problem that I'm at least seeing from the early game is not just because, you know, we've already seen teleports be used, so whoever goes back to base next time is actually going to have to walk all the way back to lane. But look at these builds starting to come out. Double Doran's blades, and oh, here we go. There is the Wither coming out. This is still AP Nasus, so siphoning strikes will not hurt all that much.
Nope.
Specifically just because Nasus is sitting on precisely 0 stats.
That burst damage from Soulfire, man, it's so good. But again, it really screws up the fact that Watch is trying to at least get some kind of last hit going for himself. And Draven underneath the turret, just one axe and he's good. It's as easy as that.
Alright, well, still looking to put this harass down. Arrow Force deep behind his turret. The AP Nasus power is starting to pay off here. And so Arrow, you can see, actually going on the aggressive just to try to establish in a small section of this lane where he can at least, you know, get some, you know, free CS. And he'll get some now, but it's at the cost of it being pushed into his turret.
I mean, I don't think he really minds. There's nothing that Arrow minds about the situation. He's already plus, let's see, after that one, 14 creeps ahead, so he's about 2 waves ahead. So he's looking good. He's looking good right now. He's gonna go back. He'll run back to lane. He knows that the Nasus can't physically take down the turret because there's no siphoning strike stacks. So why does he care? And then just runs back into the lane, no problem.
Well, definitely something to keep an eye on, and specifically because both laners have used their teleports already. You don't have to worry about that just getting you a, you know, a get out of jail free card trip back into the mid lane. So both laners will actually have to walk their way all the way back. Triple Doran's rings. Not necessarily an item or itemization path that you'd expect to watch, but of course, speaking of watch, I guess you can't really expect too many things out of him, at least for right now. So the AP Nasus returning back into lane, one Soulfire, and boom goes the dynamite.
Once the Vampiric Scepter is done for Arrow, then that's to the point where this probably will go down to a farm game, and Arrow will more than likely just win off that. The Soulfires are clearing the waves out nicely, but Arrow, he can just face tank the creeps once he has the Vamp Scepter, and he's good to go. Like even with this, oh wait, hold on.
Whoa, there we go, deep underneath the. Well, I thought it was gonna go deep underneath the turret. That's an ignite ticking down, but all in survived there by Watch. Of course, he does have a lot of lifesteal from this Soul Eater passive. We'll see if he can get that down. Look at the Soulfires continuing to tick down, and I think Watch might actually have a decent advantage here, just with how much good clear that Soulfire is. Oh my god, Arrow taken down to just about 150 HP.
That was interesting. I guess Watch's decision on timing to throw out that ultimate and go straight in was smart. Definitely zoning away Arrow, and the Soulfire is just hurting so much. But now, Watch, he's going in. He's got, what is that, 16 stacks right now, or 18 extra damage coming out of that? He might win. Wow.
Oh my god, he's just gonna be able to kill this turret. If he doesn't, then he loses.
No, why didn't he keep going? What?
I think he might have been like one auto attack short of killing
If it an
the
auto and a
turret.
siphoning strike, and he would have won right there. 100%.
Was he running out of minions?
No.
So he would have gotten backdoor protection?
No, not even close. That's weird. All right.
And now, like, having foregone that opportunity to almost win the game,
He's got TP to come back to lane though.
Watch is, yeah, he's going to take a little bit of damage to his own turret. Of course, his turret's actually full HP, so with a TP back in, I don't think there's too much to worry about.
And it's not like Draven Axes actually work on that turret, so it's okay. But Arrow, kiting around, he does use the stand aside, but meh. Now that he has Vampiric Scepter, you're starting to see him heal up and be able to deal with a lot of this Soulfire presence. But again, I don't know why Watch stopped. Siphoning Strike and Auto would have been enough. Maybe giving Arrow another chance. A second look on life, or second lease on life.
Well, at this point, Soulfire is actually starting to push these waves relatively decently. You're going to get a lot of mana back from it with Quad Doran's rings. Nasus very, very tanky as well as having a lot of damage, but look at these axes continuing Come out of Arrow, just really punishing Watch's inability to trade back.
Yep. Watch really is gonna be. This is like a standstill right now because that puts the Soulfire puts the range creeps at half health, and the turret, excuse me, just one shots them. So we're gonna hit the CS threshold, I believe, at this point.
Yeah, we're already 76 CS in, and while it's not quite a 10 CS lead for Arrow, is one that he will be getting very, very close to. Especially like you said, you mentioned the inability of Soulfire to clear entirely full creep waves, especially at turret. It's gonna keep getting rougher. As far as CS is concerned, of course, 81 to 72, almost on that 10 CS lead. So if Arrow is able to get that 10 CS lead once he breaches 100, of course that's another win condition other than just straight up killing a guy, which also seems to be an objective Arrow is slightly closer to.
He's trying. The potions though and the flask really just helping out for Watch right now. The flask was such a smart pickup too early on. It works pretty well in towards the I guess 8 to like 10-minute mark of the 1 versus 1. So let's see. I mean, the quad Doran's rings do let this Soulfire do some major work, but at the same time, he can't run up and just kill Arrow.
Well, I mean, you can certainly try. I would definitely not advise that, but I have seen crazier things, EGAD.
Did he just ghost?
Were we not just talking about that? Yes. That is a ghost. Not sure what possible uses that could have other than attempting to close the gap here, but you can see it's really not motivated hardly at all. He's just going to go ahead and ult to clear the wave, but can he actually just clear this wave and walk up to the turret? He's going to go for it. Can he find this kill? He needs another siphoning strike. Does he have it? The backdoor regeneration or the backdoor defense is too much. Watch gets a little bit over greedy. Gives Arrow the victory in the 1v1 matchup. It'll be Arrow advancing 2-1 over Watch.
That was a valiant effort, I guess. The creeps didn't really make it to the turret, so that protection did linger on, and yep, there it is.
No siphoning strikes there either.
He used one early on, but that was it. It was level 1 siphoning strike, I believe, or like 2-ish.
Yeah, so just not that much bonus damage. The AP Nasus does not pay off, unfortunately, and that will be Arrow advancing 2-1 over Watch.
Yep, so I believe we're going to be hitting a quick break before the next game.
We will be having a quick commercial break, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, the matchup that I know a lot of people have been waiting for. It'll be Lol Bunny from I Am Athena into Extreme Miracles, or Extreme Miracle.
Yep, so
it's Incredible Miracle. It's a female team facing off against Janair's Trace. So there's a few quick moments before we come back with Lol Bunny versus Trace.
Back to the League of Legends Top Fills. This is day 351. Hope you guys enjoy. Let's begin. Starting off at the number 3 spot, we have the red team Caitlyn in some ARAM footage with the blue team encroaching. The Shaco clone will head right towards Jinx. Jinx getting a couple of auto attacks will be able to trap it out. The Shaco clone not done as Caitlyn channels the ace and hole on Zac. The Shaco clone is going to walk right in front of it. As it goes out, it will finish off the clone and give Shaco the kill. Coming in at number 2, we have the blue team Lee Sin getting caught by the Blitz hook as he's pulled back. Blitz will get some help from his friendly Malzahar as Malz gets there just in time for the Malefic Vision. Lee Sin then will war jump towards his friendly Vayne. The Malefic Vision will deal some damage and finish him off before then transferring over to his friendly Vayne. This will ultimately be the end of her as well as Malzahar ends up with the double kill. The top fill of day 351 is going to belong to the red team down in the bottom lane with the blue team Twisted Fate showing up. He will throw out the blind wild cards over the wall, hitting a couple of the enemies. Twisted Fate then locking the gold card will be able to land it on Andy and throw out another wild card as the red team chase right into it. Nami will flash, missing the bubble as TF lands a gold card, throwing out another wild card to finish off Rammus and then finish off Jinx with the auto attack. He will flash after Annie trying to catch up, but Annie with their own flash will be able to gain some ground. Luckily, Twisted Fate with the Destiny up his sleeve will be able to teleport on top of the turret, finishing off Annie for the unofficial quadra kill. Thank you guys so much for watching day 351 of the Top Fills. If you happen to miss day 350 and would like to go check that out, I will throw a link on the screen for you to go do that. Remember, all you have to do to submit your replays or videos to me is send them via attachment to my email address, jumpinthepack@gmail.com. Thank you guys once again for watching. Have a good rest of the week, and we'll talk to you guys next time.
So I said no, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
Wait a minute!
So I said no, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. Here, of course, brought to you on Azubu TV. My name is Reed Rapid Meltman. For the time being, I will be the Solo King as far as casters are concerned. Bringing you guys our last best of 3 of the night as I am Incredible Miracle, a team known for living up to their names, needing incredible miracles to come out in a lot of situations. Of course, now coming into our last best of 3 of the night. Now, this will be Incredible Miracle, but not their main roster. I Am Athena will actually be bringing out their player Lol Bunny. Now, Lol Bunny will be playing Jarvan the 4th here on the right-hand side of your screen, facing off against Jin Air Green Wings Trace. Now, of course, coming into today's matchup, not a whole lot of stats for Lol Bunny, and of course you can see on your screen just the stats here for Trace. Of course, 4 KDA, about 6.77 CS per minute. Of course, relatively low just due to his role, and of course GPM about 319. That's gonna do it for your stats here. But of course, talk about the champions, Trace playing Morgana, and we've seen this actually several times, just because players tend to play champions that they're comfortable with, not necessarily ones that are, meta specific for the 1v1 role. So maybe something that just to keep an eye on as far as watching your favorite players play. Of course, you can see both players in the top lane for their respective teams, just putting up slightly different scores. Of course, we don't have too many results for Lol Bunny, just because she and I Am Athena have been only playing in the Lol Ladies League, and if you guys have caught those games, they're actually not not too far away from what you'd expect, even though they do contain players of not quite the OGN level. It's a fun league to watch, and the one that you can see I Am Athena playing in. So Lol Bunny, of course, representing the top lane for her team. Of course, Trace in the same situation for Jin Air, and Jin Air as a whole, a team that's actually been having a lot of success. They're currently in 2nd place, tied with SK Telecom T1, but with a much better record. I think they've actually won 2 more games than SKT have this split for a 10-5 record. Of course, GE Tigers, the team narrowly ahead of them. But yeah, Jin Air have actually had a really great great season this year. And even an Incredible Miracle, previously down way at the bottom of the roster, have brought it back to a score of 3-3. Now, the versus score is actually in favor of IM in this regard. IM with a 1-0 victory over the Green Wings, so actually kind of impressive to see. Not necessarily something that you'd expect given their standings, but while those games are 5v5 records from OGN, we can actually see this game being decided here. We'll be right back. Get the game. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 Korean tournament here, featuring all of your favorite players from champions this season. My name is Rapid, and I hope you guys are gonna enjoy our last best of 3 of the day. Trace facing off against Lol Bunny, female team I Am Athena being represented here versus, of course, Jin Air Green Wings. Trace, top laner by profession, may have been playing around with some top lane Morgana, but we've seen all kinds of crazy picks here. The AD and Nivea, that's I believe it was Pilot brought out earlier. I have no words for exactly what that series was versus Watch, but I don't know. There's some things that you just can't explain, so I'm just not going to. But either way, at least for the time being, Lol Bunny versus Trace, who you can see winning the dance-off competition in the mid lane. Already getting an early advantage, getting the reflexes going, the blood pumping, spinning endlessly in circles and never getting dizzy. The real OP superpower as far as this game is concerned. So let's talk about differences between both players. I guess rather similarities. Both starting with flash and teleport. So respecting the flash to be able to, at least for Morgana, avoid the damage from that knockup. You know, Morgana, traditionally you want to use that black shield to avoid, you know, magic damage, but here it's primarily going to be to avoid CCs. So the knockup, essentially the only form of CC of crowd control here for Jarvan. But Trace, you know, winning the push war is ahead 5-2 in CS, and of course a lot of CS going to be denied here at turret, forcing your opponent to last hit at turret, especially early on. A very, very effective strategy at getting yourself ahead in the CS count, which is a victory condition. As well as I head in on, you can see CS and levels. Level 2 hit already here for Trace. Now Trace should skill up his Dark Binding at this point. Dark Binding into Tormented Soil represents a ton of damage. And in fact, that is exactly the skill order that Trace has gone. Lol Bunny just now hitting that level 2. Goes for the, of course, Banner of Command. Of course, not the item, it's actually the Demacian Standard. It's like a Banner of Command, I guess, but, oh, Dark Binding used for, for last hitting there, probably not working as intended. But, yeah, there's some extra attack speed being, you know, brought out by that banner. An early recall back to base here, that's a little bit interesting. And you probably will see only just the Doran's ring being bought here and an immediate teleport back in the lane. This is actually really interesting for Trace. He's going for a very early recall just because he had the gold off of shoving the wave. And using teleport, he'll be able to get back to the lane. So essentially he's saying, look, my teleport is a more valuable skill used early so that I can get this itemization and continue to press my advantage. Because to be fair, versus Lol Bunny, with as quickly as Trace pushes, she's not going to be able to make it back to base without losing a fair amount of CS. You can see some decent Tormented Soils going down there, not only healing Trace up thanks to that 10% spell vamp, but oh, nice dodge there by Lol Bunny. She's actually been doing a really good job at, you know, avoiding getting hit by these Dark Bindings. She's avoided, I think, 3 out of 3, 4 out of 4 so far, I believe. Will be at least attempting to go back to base, but if she goes back to base right now, Trace is going to, you can see him grouping up the wave so he can land a sick Tormented Soil onto all 7 creeps, given that that was a cannon minion. Doesn't actually lose any CS to turret. We'll come back into lane with a, ooh, that's a Crystalline Flask. So going for a little bit more of the sustain focus here. And what's interesting to see about that is that, you know, traditionally you'd expect Jarvan to go for, you know, a very aggressive, I'm just going to run at your face and kill you idea with maybe a lot of long swords or Doran's blades early. But just wanting to assure that she has enough mana to sustain in the lane versus probably taking a few creeps from these waves, as well as the ability to continue to use as many Dragon Strikes as possible. Trace once again missing that Dark Binding. That's gonna start to really hurt him. He took a Martial Cadence to the face, which does mean taking a little bit of extra magic damage. Interestingly enough, I was thinking about, you know, Jarvan the Fourth and the amount of magic damage that he deals, and it's primarily from his Martial Cadence. I remember looking at my death recap after dying to a Jarvan, thinking to myself, how on earth did he deal that much magic damage to me when he's a, you know, primarily physical damage dealing champion? There we go, there's a Dark Binding to hit, but the follow-up on the Trace has not put points into his Black Shield at this point, so takes so many auto attacks, and ooh, look at that Dragon Strike landing on a Trace. That play alone might have lost Trace this game. Now, of course, granted, his all-in potential is actually pretty huge. Triple Doran's Ring, setting him at 75 ability power. You land a Dark Binding right now. Could have kill potential. There is the Soul Shackles forcing the, whoa, flash out from Bunny. Not wanting to take Tormented Soil damage afterwards. Of course, saving the Dark Binding until after the Soul Shackles has lashed might have been a little bit of a better idea, or at least having the ability to land it at all. Something that Trace has been struggling with so far. That does represent an ultimate used there for Trace, and of course hitting level 6. Oh, there's a Dark Binding. Golden Aegis will not save you. And in fact, Golden Aegis, a skill that will never get full effectiveness this game, just because it does scale up as far as, you know, the amount of shield that it gives you, compared, or depending on how many enemy champions are around you. Of course, there will be only 1 or 0 in some cases, if you land a Dark Binding at long enough range. It's not going to help you very much. Dark Bindings, you know, missing them all game long up until this point, but when it counts, really hitting them. And now Trace ahead, not only in the CS department, about 11 CS ahead, but Jarvan will be forced back to base, and Lol Bunny won't be able to come back into lane without using teleport, or at least, you know, immediately. It does not have teleport available, so it's going to be a long, arduous trek back into lane. Whereas Trace both has teleport and the ability to, you know, take a leisurely trip back to lane if he so desires. What's the build? It is a cloth armor. So Trace at this point just saying, look, I don't want to die. All I have to do is stay alive. I'll have this in the bag. I don't think it's going to be quite that easy. Ooh, even using a Dark Binding just to CS a cannon minion there. Completely worth it. Although I don't honestly think that he'll actually be able to put that cannon minion gold to use, because we're starting to get up there in CS counts. We're already at 70 CS. We're only 8 minutes into the game. This is some pretty incredible CS numbers being put up by Trace. And especially for a top laner, that's actually pretty impactful to be a top laner and be able to CS that well. When every little CS counts. When every CS counts, it's Trace who lands the I don't know, auto attacks to take those CS down. It's my epic movie trailer voice for the Solo King tournament. Dark Binding, nice snipe attempt there, and at this point Trace recognizes, and I'm pretty sure Lol Bunny understands this point as well. It's gonna be a time for all-inning pretty soon, and interesting to see Trace, you know, not actually using a black shield at all. You can block a lot of damage from martial cadence, or at least from the Demacian standard early on. Wouldn't be a terrible point to put in there, but just going for the duration on Dark Binding, and of course the points of Tormented Soil to be able to continue to shove that wave, which is primarily what has gotten him this 18 CS advantage, which I don't know how many ways you want to slice that. 80 CS at, you know, 9.5 minutes in a 1v1. Nothing to shake a stick at. Never understood that metaphor, so if somebody else wants to help me out with that, I don't know. But at least for the time being, as far as League of Legends is concerned, something I understand slightly better than metaphors. Trace, oh my god, goes in with the Dark Binding, baits it out. He's just like, you know, I hope you're ready to dodge, ready to dodge, and then he still hits it, so. Trace at this point, you know, I'm not sure if he's really looking to, you know, pick up Hachani's job or anything, but oh man, might be kill potential? No. Just kidding. Just kidding. Crisis averted. Also, I think I just said Hachani when their support player is Che. It's Hachani. Haha. Not quite. But yeah, the play here by Trace, not necessarily inspired. It's kind of slow and steady, wins the race, or wins the Trace here, as one more Tormented Soil after another. I'm closer and closer to this 100 CS mark, and I think at this point Lol Bunny has to be getting a little bit desperate, knowing that in just a mere 6 CS, she will lose the game. She's heading back to base for a quick buy off of teleport, but going back to base at this point in the game is actually just going to lose it for her. This wave coming in represents victory condition, and I think she's actually just going to give the win here over to Trace. You'll be killing that CS 1, 2, and 2 more CS, 1 more CS, and oh, he's 1 CS short. Trace 1 CS short of winning the game. If Lol Bunny doesn't go for it now, game's over. Do it now, Lol Bunny. There she is, walking up the lane, looking for a knock-up. 1 CS away from victory. See if Trace can lock this one down. Dark Binding, and there we go. 100 CS versus 81, and very anticlimactic, but still a victory nonetheless. Trace represents, or demonstrates rather, very impressive CS mechanics in the face of Lol Bunny. We'll take down game number 1. One of our final best 3s of the night. It's kind of a mystery how the IM Athena players would fare versus some of the best players in Champions this season. So as currently have not been able to pick up a win, but at least in some situations have demonstrated the right idea behind some of their champion choices. So for Jarvan, I don't think we saw one Cataclysm that game from Lol Bunny, which probably should have seen come out at least once. Teleport making all-ins a little bit less successful, so maybe just wanting to farm it up, but when you're behind, you're probably going to have a bad time in that department. So unfortunately, Lol Bunny will lose her first match of this best of 3, and that means that it will be up to Trace to close out one more game for advancing on to, I guess, the finals of at least this part of the bracket. In case you guys are looking for more information on the brackets, of course, you can head over to either lol.esportspedia.com or just Azubu TV. Of course, there will be a lot of content being written about that, just to let you guys know how the brackets stand after the first week of competition. Trace will advance to face Arrow or Lol Bunny. With a nice comeback of her own, will advance to face Arrow. Either way, Arrow awaiting the winner of this best of 3 matchup in the finals. We'll go ahead and hop into champion picks and bans. Morgana, an immediate ban there from Lol Bunny. Definitely, after having lost a game to Trace's Morgana, gonna take it out off the field, and of course, a respect ban there on Lol Bunny's Jarvan as well. Both players, showing some good manners and banning out each other's champion pool. And to be honest, the champion pool for Lol Bunny, not exactly all that huge. We haven't seen her play all that many champions, just because she isn't playing in champions. She's playing in the Lol Ladies League with the other female teams. And if you guys haven't had a chance to watch that, Google Lol Ladies League. It's definitely worth a shot at watching some really decent games. We'll talk about champion picks now that we're done with bans. The Kennen ban. They're from Lol Bunny. Not necessarily something I would have expected. Kennen used to be actually really, really good at 1v1s. Season 2, Kennen kind of ruled the top lane, but unfortunately are not in Season 2 anymore. And while Kennen might be coming back a little bit, seen it a couple times in EULCS, hasn't necessarily made its mark in a huge, competitive way. Lock-in here probably going to be an Annie pick. Nothing too crazy about the Annie, but definitely counterable. And with second pick here for Trace, really large advantage being able to second pick your champion, because not only do you get to go with a counter pick, you get the opportunity to still pick a champion that's strong in lane. So Annie locked in. What will be the choice here for Trace? See if he goes for Scion. He'd just be going for a little bit of tankiness. I would have looked at something along the lines of maybe a Sivir for the spell shields of the Incinerate, or in case you think they're just going to come more often, maybe something like I want to see Trundle reassure. So much lane sustain off of creeps dying, but at least for the time being, it will be a Scion. Game number 2. Match point for Trace if he is able to win this matchup, Scion versus Annie. Of course, range versus melee, always difficult to deal with, but Scion, kind of an unstoppable juggernaut as far as that top lane is concerned. Not afraid to force a fight. Now, keep in mind, Scion's passive does mean that he is allowed to run around and deal damage, and his death is not counted until the passive actually expires, so a little bit like Karthus and his Death Defied, with the exception that it's single target and he can, move and auto attack. So at least for the time being, we're going to see the second champions locked in for both players, and we should actually get a chance to check out the runes and masteries for both of these players. For Lol Bunny, kind of representing the pride of IM, Athena coming in here. Let's check out Trace's runes first. on Scion, probably just looking for a lot of tank stats. So you can see armor seals with, actually I believe that is health per, is that health per level? Armor per level, I believe that is. Should be magic resistance, flat MR there, but if you actually look, Trace is spec'd into a little bit of ability power, as moves do scale off of that, and of course, oh look, he actually put points in rejuvenation, in the defense tree, so this is gonna be a 9-21-0 Scion. Of course, we'll be reducing damage from area of effect spells, so that actually is going to be pretty effective versus Annie. It's gonna stop Tibbers damage. And of course, every time she throws out the E, it's going to stop that as well. Health per level in yellows. I'm not sure why you would go with per level runes when it's a game that's primarily going to be decided in the early game. 21-9-0. Some extra points spread out in places you wouldn't necessarily expect to see them. Specifically, I believe it was. I'm trying to remember the name of the mastery point that Lol Bunny just used. I believe it was expose weaknesses. Yeah, she put a point in expose weaknesses, and expose weaknesses actually only gives a debuff. It gives a debuff to your opponent that helps your allies deal additional damage to him, but you don't actually have any allies to deal additional damage. So I think that's a point wasted in the offense mastery tree there for Lol Bunny. But at the same time, we've seen several players run points in Frenzy without any additional critical strike chance. So it goes both ways, let's put it that way. For the time being, that is going to do it for our champion picks, bans, runes, and masteries for both Lol Bunny and Trace. And that means that it's time to head into game number 2. So we'll get this game underway here in just a minute. Thank you guys for watching. This is the Solo King 1v1 Korean tournament here, of course, brought to you on Azubu TV. Stick around. We'll be right back with game 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King. This is a 1v1 tournament, of course, brought to you here on Azubu TV, featuring all of your favorite players from this season of Champions. My name is Rapid, and we'll be... Whoa! Okay, I thought for a second that was Lol Bunny flashing, but your players today will be Lol Bunny, a team from IM's female roster. I am Athena, facing off against Trace, top laner for Jin Air. Now, the Green Wings enjoying a little bit of success this season of Champions. They're currently ranked 2nd, whereas I am, I think, currently 3rd from the bottom of the rankings. And while I am Athena may be doing very, very well in their LoL Ladies League, we'll see how well they face off against some of the best players from Champions. And at least up until this point, you know, the I am Athena squad has been unable to pick up any wins. But you have to play games in order to win them. We'll see if Lol Bunny's teleport Ignite Annie is good enough to take out Jin Trace's teleport Ignite Scion. I have no idea why you would bring Ignite on Scion unless you're looking for a kill, and maybe some additional confidence coming in here from Trace. One of the reasons that I would say that you don't have to take, or that you shouldn't probably take Ignite, is just because the only way that Annie is going to kill a Scion is in, say, the first 6 levels or so. If Scion is ever able to go back to base and buy a Spirit Visage, Annie just sort of, like, you know, sits around and doesn't really do a whole lot. And then the bigger question mark for me is in this Boots Potions start for Lol Bunny. The Boots and Pots means that you're looking to either avoid a certain spell, like that, Triumphant Roar, not necessarily triumphant quite as much there, and you have to avoid that. You have to put this extra move speed to use, and the bigger problem, at least for right now, alright, that's 2 out of 2 on that, and already the entire minion wave pushing in. That's 5 out of 6 minions. CS there by Trace, actually pretty decent. But the problem with Annie is that you have to find some way of continuing your harass. And I don't think that that's actually going to be very viable with no additional form of mana regeneration. So for Lol Bunny, she's not going to get mana back passively from a Doran's Ring. She's not going to get mana back actively from a Doran's Ring. And of course, no consumables of any kind will be restoring mana. First trip back to base may yield some sort of mana regeneration, but at this point, it's going to be kind of a dangerous situation, dropping down very, very low in the mana department. Able to use those fireballs to CS relatively decently with, but you can tell Trace just way on top of this lane. He is dictating the pace at every step of the way. Just shoving the wave in, doesn't have to worry about being ganked, because of course it is just a 1v1. Using, even coming into lane with a mana potion. That's not something you'd necessarily expect from a melee versus ranged matchup. Usually as the melee player, you want more health potions because you recognize you're going to get harassed down early on. But really all Trace cares at this point is just shoving the wave. If he takes damage, if he takes harass from any, then, you know, so be it. He's always going to have the ability to shove the wave out, go back to base, and be able to buy any sort of tank item that he's looking for. It is a 9-21-0 matchup here versus Lol Bunny's Annie. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Now, already just looking to shove out this wave as quickly as possible. I think Trace recognized he does have a brief moment where he can shove out the wave, you know, shove it into turret, deny a little bit of gold experience. Even with this teleport back, only with a Doran's Ring and potions here, Lol Bunny definitely far behind, at least from what Trace is going to be able to buy. Picks up a Doran's Shield, love the item. Unfortunately, I believe it is actually bugged on this patch to where it does not give any additional health regen. It just blocks damage from auto attacks, so may not actually have been all that effective of an item. Another good reason to pick Scion here for Trace is that once you hit level 6, you can actually just use your ultimate to get back in the lane. And same situation for Rek'Sai. We've already seen one of them to, you know, as one way of, you know, attempting to get back in the lane really quickly. I never actually got to use that, if I recall correctly, but at least for the time being, yeah, maybe a little bit of trouble here for Lol Bunny as, you know, continuing to get shoved underneath the turret. Tied in CS though, and that's actually the impressive thing, is that Lol Bunny has managed to stay even on CS. Of course, CSing with fireballs actually made a lot easier now that they does reduce the cooldown by half. But at the same time, you know, good CS is good CS no matter who gets it or where it is. Now, having to focus mostly on last hitting here just to make sure that she doesn't fall behind. Lol Bunny is actually doing a terrible job at last hitting under turret. Only down by 1 CS at this point, and that is very impressive. And, you know, granted, fireballs are going to help with that, but at the same time, not something that you'd necessarily expect from an Annie who's been, you know, completely bullied around the entirety of this lane phase. No more consumables here for the Annie. Must have, I don't know, given away, used them all at least by now. Even that crystalline flask, whoa, those Roar of the Slayer. Almost gonna be a Slayer. Oh man, gonna go underneath the turret. Looking for the all-in, the underneath the turret. Trace could have even died there and still picked up the kill, but gonna hit the roar of the Slayer. And at this point, he sees a low health Annie, decides to go for it. Turns on the onslaught, hits the area of effect of it, and at this point, as long as he doesn't get stunned and die under turret, possible turnaround potential with a nice stun landing there. But Trace was able to pick up game number 2. 2-0 victory over Lol Bunny. That means that Trace will be your victor in this best of 3 series, advancing 2-0. He'll actually face off against, I believe it was Arrow from KT. You guys are big KT fans, you should be. Arrow and, I guess KT as a whole have been the team that have won the most matches so far for their team in the Solo Kings. So definitely something to, a team, an organization to keep an eye on. Like yesterday, both Someday and Nagne won both of their matches, and then Hachani won his match as well. Whereas today we have, only had Arrow win his matches. Of course, we have yet to see if he can actually advance over Trace to become the Solo King, at least of Group A2. We had Group A1 being played about a week ago. So, first week, we're actually going to head off to a quick commercial break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Trace versus Arrow.
Child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mommy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. Too late it was for him, for them. The evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 Korean tournament here, of course, brought to you by Azubu TV. Featuring, of course, all your favorite champions players, of course, including a few extras. You might notice some of the players from IM's female team, IM Athena, competing here as well. Of course, down to our final match of the night is Trace takes on Arrow, of course, Jin Air Green Wings versus KT Rolster respectively, and at least as far as champions are concerned, the record between Rolster and Jin Air Green Wings stands at, well, absolutely nothing. They have yet to play against each other this season, so it'll be exciting to see if maybe this is a portent of things to come. Picks and bans for game number 1, of course, already taken care of, and you know, Arrow has some really weird ideas about what to ban here. Is like, Caitlyn, is that a strong champion? Nah, better ban out Evelynn. Why is Evelynn strong? You know, Mysteries of the Universe, man, I would not expect her to be top tier at all as far as 1v1s are concerned. Maybe just because she has a lot of, you know, upfront burst damage, she's very stealthy, I don't know. Like I said, Mysteries of the Universe. But the Heimerdinger ban makes a lot of sense, so does the Lucian. And actually, Lucian bans against Arrow should be expected so far. Just based on his very strong AD carry play. And of course, you can see 3 AD carries banned against him. But of course, you can't ban them all. And that will leave Ezreal up for him. And, you know, to be honest, I'm actually, I guess, kind of a big fan of Trace's Ezreal versus the Morgana, though. I don't know if I'm quite as big a fan of Morgana. We already saw a very slow, thoughtful, melodical. This sounds good, but it's also methodical play out of Trace as far as his Morgana is concerned. Just continue to tormented soil the wave over and over again, and you know, lather, rinse, repeat till you win the game. Now, Arrow should be a slightly higher caliber player, at least, you know, by all initial impressions, than a Bunny was in our last series, or at least his, you know, previous opponent. But at the same time, it's going to be interesting to see the Ezreal versus Morgana, because traditionally you'd pick an AD carry because of their ability to wave clear. So something like, you know, Graves, something like Sivir, something like Lucian, just because they can use their area of effect abilities to clear out creep waves incredibly quickly to keep that minion pressure on. It will be somewhat similar to the strategy being employed here. However, a lot of extra safety for, I almost said rookie, but for Arrow. I keep like thinking of other AD carry names, but yeah, a lot of safety in picking Ezreal. Not necessarily anything too groundbreaking, but at the same time, it's not necessarily you know, something that's going to, you know, completely win you the game outright. And so it should be make for some good dueling. I would expect Arrow to play a little bit more aggressively to try to force this advantage. It's something that he has definitely done earlier on today, but the real problem being for Morgana is that if you miss a Dark Binding, which should be relatively difficult to land on Ezreal thanks to Arcane Shift, it's going to be interesting to watch. Game number 1 coming up. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Solo King 1v1 tournament, of course, here brought to you on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid. You guys are awesome, so thank you for tuning in to the 1v1 match. Final one of the day as Arrow faces off against Trace. Now, if you're just now joining us, you missed the way that both of these players got to this point in the tournament. Well, of course, you can check out full brackets for the Solo King heading over to lol.esportspedia.com. It'll be prominently displayed there, and you can check out all the info that you need. But at least for the time being, Solo King has been dominated by players from KT Rolster, of course represented here by Arrow, who took a 2-0 victory over Watch. Trace with a 2-1 victory over Watch. Trace with a 2-0 victory over Bunny to meet here in the finals. Ezreal versus Morgana for game number 1, and Arrow losing that matchup. I think that is fairly safe to say. He'll be heading his way all the way back to base. Of course, Trace probably headed back there as well, just to make sure you start off the lane with as much HP as possible. Minute and a half into the game, minions spawning, and Arrow kind of spawning along with them. He'll walk out of base at a very, I guess, timely time. Generic Trace a little bit slower out of base. But at the same time, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Already a Tormented Soil skilled up there for Trace. Doran's Ring with points and utility. Now, we didn't actually get a chance to see Runes and Mastery, so this is going to be a little bit of a different take on Morgana here for Trace. You know, just trying out different things and trying to figure out exactly how this lane is supposed to work out. As far as Trace is concerned, you know, it's going to be mostly about the shove game, so you try to push the wave as quickly as possible, but look how quickly Arrow is actually CSing this wave, and while he may not hit every single CS, and I think this is going to be perfect CS on the first wave here for Trace. Wow! The Mystic Shot, I don't know if it's like, you know, these minions are on diets, it's just like super easy to hit between them, but at this point, oh, early level 2 here for Trace, alright. Or for Arrow, Trace hitting level 2, 1 creep after. But one big advantage that Trace is going to have is that even though he is that he has 10% passive lifesteal, or passive spell vamp, and even though his primary way of dealing magic damage is through Tormented Soil, and that cuts that 10% in thirds, that is still a decent amount of health coming back when you consider that Tormented Soil does go on to basically the entire wave. So good way of getting health back, and we'll see if that sustained advantage favors Trace, or if maybe there's an early Vampiric Scepter in Arrow's build. I think that is the build that I've seen AD carries start to sort of evolve over the course of this tournament. Is instead of just stacking up, Doran's Blade after Doran's Blade, you actually hold off a little bit, pick up a longsword on your first trip back, and then build that into a Vamp Scepter, at which point you should theoretically have the strongest, an amount of lifesteal strong enough to withstand just about anything. Teleport coming in off of the very first back here from Trace. We'll grab a second Doran's Ring, second Doran's Blade, there to kind of counter it out there for Arrow. But the bigger advantage, or the bigger difference, bigger advantage is that the primary pushing power here for Morgana is represented by her mana pool. And now, oh, Arrow, look at that damage being put back onto Trace. No AP or anything crazy like that, but taking off a good quarter of his HP. Keeping an open mind as far as this matchup's concerned should be Trace favored, but with Arrow playing this aggressively, of course keep in mind neither laner actually taking Ignite means it's not going to be super aggressive, but you get the idea. Arrow pushing aggressive. Wow, that Dark Biting landed again! And Cannon Minion picked up off the Tormented Soil. Man, Trace has been landing some pretty choice bindings, if I do say so myself. Looking for another Dark Binding to land. He hits it again! And I think this point in time, oh, a couple more auto attacks. There's a flash auto to pick up the kill for Arrow. All it's going to take is a Tormented Soil. Trace walking forward. There's the Tormented Soil. 2 ticks and auto. And a narrow escape there by Arrow, or an Arrow escape, if you want to look at it that way. Trace unfortunately does not have Flash as his second summoner spell. It's Barrier. I'm not sure why you'd bring Barrier. Maybe against the all-in case if you're trading really closely. But for Morgana, you should be either looking to win off CS, because you have such great pushing power, or maybe win off a kill. And both of those would say maybe run Summoner Heal and then maybe Ignite. But none of them recommend the Barrier. Maybe you just want to avoid getting killed and you run something like Exhaust. I haven't seen an Exhaust at all this tournament, so looking forward to maybe seeing some more aggressive summoner spells, but it is not this day. Wow! Another Dark Binding landing. Oh my goodness. Trace, you know, he spent his good sweet time practicing, but now things actually going to work out. Oh, there's Ultimate being Arcane shifted away from. You can see he's just, he's not actually looking for kill potential with ults like that. What he's looking to do is starve Ezreal out, so Arrow won't have a whole lot of health, won't have a whole lot of mana. Where's that Dark Binding? He hits this, I think it's game. Some nice moves by Arrow, just walking right back and forth. Trace deep underneath the turret. Oh my gosh, he will land it. Could go under there. One last auto attack would be all it would take, but of course, lacking the range, or lacking the summoner spell to flash in on that. That's Arrow, head back to base alive. Now, what this is going to do is really kind of seal the deal as far as Trace's push power is supposed to go. You know, either you'd want to go aggressive with a lot of early AP and then, you know, try for a Soul Shackles, Dark Binding all in to pick up a kill, or you just kind of play slow and steady, wins the race. And, well, if you were looking to win the race, is Trace something base. I can't remember exactly what I was supposed to say there, but you get the idea. That turret, very, very low. It has, I don't know, probably like 600-700 HP. Out of 2,500, that's a little bit. At least for the time being, Arrow not necessarily in the driver's seat by any means. And keep in mind, for the Solo King, you do have to be 10 CS ahead of your opponent in order to claim victory past 100 CS. So even though we're starting to get up there in CS, already 64, picked up for Tracy, you know, shouldn't have too devastating of an advantage. Looking for an early fade here. What? I would definitely have expected a Sheen here for Ezreal, but there is True Shot Barrage. Gonna miss one CS. No, actually hits them all off of that wave. Only now about a wave behind. When you look at things, Arrow heading back to base. Does have teleport available. Nice Scrying Orb usage there for Trace. Really pushing Arrow not only to stop his recall, but also... Wow! Oh my god! Dark Binding is hitting all day, front, left, right, back, and center. I don't know how that phrase goes, but you get the idea. Oh, and actually an immediate teleport back into a cannon minion. Trace is just going to immediately ult Arrow, force the Arcane Shift out of here. We'll hit that. Dark Binding actually will hit a creep, and oh, Saw some brief lag there for a second, but Arrow, one dark binding away from certain untimely demise. Trace hitting the barrier. He's just gonna kill the turret. And, you know, Arrow's gonna die there too to a dark binding, and that's the way the cookie crumbles. Trace, turrets and cookies crumbling simultaneously. We'll take down Arrow in game number 1, the Solo King best of 3. So at this point, that is going to do it for our first game in this best of 3. But of course, as you may guess, from a best of 3, it is a best of 3 games, which means there's at least one more game coming your way. And well, for Trace, his Morgana definitely on point. And not only was he good at landing all those dark bindings, it really feels like with Morgana, you're kind of fighting an inevitable battle where all you have to do is survive, keep putting on pressure with dark bindings, and eventually turrets just start to fall because you push them so quickly. And I think that's what Watch was thinking about with the AP Nasus a little bit earlier. Turns out it just doesn't work quite as well. Coming in here to game number 2, we'll see what is prioritized as far as the ban list is concerned. There is Arrow, first ban, it's a Morgana. Lol Bunny figured out she should probably ban Morgana after the first game with Trace too, so no surprise seeing that champion banned away. Equally unsurprising to see a priority towards banning AD carries versus Arrow, specifically his Lucian, which has just been looking on point. I made that French perfect sign with, like, you know, the circular hand motion. Either way, thing of beauty, his Lucian has been, so can't expect him to get that. Caitlyn also going to be banned out almost unanimously versus Arrow, but still is a very strong AD carry player. Still likes to play AD carry champions and looks to get those CS numbers up there. And of course, one way to do it would be with, oh no, is he gonna try the AD Anivia again? Oh my goodness. Okay, I thought Trace was the only one who played crazy stuff, but no, it's actually gonna be probably an AD Anivia for Arrow. I don't know if this is like his secret pocket pick from solo queue, because I looked through his last remaining matches for like 20 to 30 matches on OPGG, and it didn't show me any incredible fire versus ice puns up there. Slightly looking forward to what could be a Lulu here. You got the ice part. Where's the fire? There's no molten Lulu. There's like molten Wukong. There's charred Maokai. I guess that wouldn't be too terrible, but of course the Lulu pickup very self-contained, kind of like going with a Karma utility mid laner. Decent at CSing, but the big difference is, you know, A, how do you CS through Pix auto attacks? You can lose a lot of CS by underestimating exactly how much damage that does. Or B, you know, will it just be you know, overall lack of damage, lack of push ability to you know, fight up against Anivia? And you can see a very similar train of thought as far as champions are concerned for Trace. He actually probably would have liked Anivia himself, given the passive Morgana playstyle that he was doing in game number 1. But here in game 2, kind of life on the line situation. Arrow going to the what is probably an AD Anivia. And if you think to yourself very carefully about the words probably an AD Anivia, and then every single opportunity you'd think to actually say that, well, probably not only Anivia, but also going to be a very rare occurrence for you to find anybody who just doesn't kind of give you the weird look. But you get the idea. That is going to do it for picks and bans. Now let's hop into the mastery section. Start to look at runes and masteries for Arrow. See if this is AD or AP, and it is in fact AD Anivia. Great. So this is going to be one interesting way to look at it. You can see AD runes there as well. 1 point into Warlord, as you would probably expect. I wouldn't necessarily say it's been something that we've seen unanimously so far in this tournament, but it has been something that has met with some degree of success, picking up just a little bit of extra AD, and of course, more importantly, is going to be itemization. Things that matter most in 1v1s are probably just, I guess, flat runes, and, you know, who gets the first chance to do something. Alright, well, looking at Trace's masteries here, you can see kind of the exact same thing, but in a slightly different way. 3 points in extra attack speed instead of its CDR. Maybe somewhat baffling, but similar situation as far as the sustain from the utility tree is concerned. Fairly standard over there. No points in additional move speed. That 1 second additional, reduced recall time actually can make a decent difference, especially when it's a game that will end in the early phase, so you want as much time to be able to get back to your lane as possible. So that's going to do it for Champion Picks, Bans, Runes, and Masteries for game number 2. Here, the Solo King, only one, possibly the last game of this last best of 3. Arrow versus Trace, and of course Trace up 1-0 after a very dominant Morgana victory. Took the turret at just about 9.5 minutes. We're going to go ahead and actually get into the game here in not all that long, so I do want to thank you guys for watching the Solo King here on Azubu TV, and of course, I want to give a quick mention to Extra Life. Extra Life is a charity that we're actually supporting here, and if you guys would like to support them too, you can click the Extra Life link right down below the stream. It's in support of Children's Miracle Network hospitals, so if you want to help them support them, then of course lend your support right down below the stream. It's a good cause, so I do appreciate your support there, but even if you can't support us that way by helping out Extra Life support Children's Miracle Network hospitals, you can of course just stay tuned, because we've got a whole lot more League of Legends coming your way here on the Solo King. Of course, we'll be getting right back into not right back into game 2, but we'll be getting into game 2. Trace versus Arrow. Trace up 1-0 in that matchup. Let's go ahead and get into game and find out if Trace can close things down or if Arrow can make it back. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Solo King, a 1v1 Korean tournament featuring all of your favorite champions, players, of course broadcast here on Azubu TV. My name is Rapid, and of course I do want to welcome you to not only this tournament, but what could be the last game of the day. Trace faces off against Arrow for what is the last place available in the playoff brackets from this group stage. So in case you guys are just now tuning in, well, you missed a lot of great games, but no worries, there will be both A, VODs available, and B, you can check out all the bracket action, information on the players, teams, and really anything you could possibly want to know on Esportspedia by heading over to lol.esportspedia.com and checking out the Solo King Korean 1v1 tournament. So, Arrow versus Trace, gonna face check into Trace. It's like a Trace check, an immediate stun there, continual auto attacks coming out from this Doran's Blade AD and Nivea. Trace in a little bit of trouble. There is flash available. There's a skill up of the shield, otherwise Trace would have died at level 1. I don't exactly know what to think about this AD and Nivea, but it is so strong, and Arrow using it to great effectiveness both this game and in his previous series versus Watch, that he actually wound up winning 2-1. I think he won game number 1 off of an AD and Nivea versus an AP Nasus, by the way. So if you guys are excited for what that sounds like, it was actually a pretty good series, so definitely make sure to go back and watch it. listening to the methodical, melodious sound of what is Anivia auto attacks hitting creeps. And while this will be a very early level, maybe not early level 2, but it will be a level 2 that Arrow hits before Trace does. We'll keep an eye on things, and at least how the early trades go, as, you know, Trey's still level 1, needs to even up that level discrepancy. One more creep to die. Alright, and there we go. Level 2 picked up there for Trace. And, you know, while Glitter Lances haven't necessarily been landing so far, neither have auto attacks from Arrow. Wave being kept a little bit too close for comfort there underneath his turret to go for anything too crazily aggressive. A lot of attack speed being built up here for both, or maybe not built up for both players, but they definitely do have a lot of it independently. Of course, having a lot of attack speed on Articuno here, aka Anivia, the artist formerly known as. Interesting though to see, you know, quite so much attack speed. I think he actually had 14% in his rune page. Just kind of the name of the game being one auto attack after another. Nice shield there from Trace, continuing to keep Trace safe from the early damage here by Arrow. And of course it is AD Anivia, and while on Anivia you can build basically anything, it's probably a little bit better to go for more ability power. Of course we'll see how they decide to play things as the game progresses. As far as CS is concerned, much better lead there for Arrow, but that's primarily just off of being in lane for longer. Trace had to walk all the way back from base, and while he didn't miss all that much, you can see it's very comparable in levels. There is still an almost entire wave of CS advantage here for Arrow. So a little bit more than that actually. He is now 8, almost 9 CS ahead of his Lulu opponent. And while, you know, sure, Trace is going to be able to teleport back into lane, double Doran's and sustain is, you know, maybe a little bit stronger than a single Doran's blade, but I'm just not sure that there's going to be very much that Trace can do here. Anivia does not have Ignite, so it's not going to be able to be used aggressively. You know, Trace doesn't have Ignite either. So just considering it, exactly what are both players' options. Keep in mind the Cryo Phoenix passive for Arrow. If he dies in that Cryo Phoenix egg, that means that he actually not only, well, dies in real life, but you also have to kill him through the respawn in order for it to count as a kill. Nice Crystallize there, but honestly, a level 5 as Arrow, should he really be skilling Crystallize? You know, maybe he's not necessarily looking to his skills for all that much damage, but at the same time, would be really nice to, you know, be able to do things yourself here. So for at least as far as Trace is concerned, next 2 days represent, I guess, 2 very big days in his life. So, talking about kind of the mechanics, what is the win condition here for Arrow versus Trace? It's gonna be either CS for a traditional Anivia. Like you look at Anivia and you think, okay, well she's going to, you know, just ult the wave, use that Blizzard to continue to just wave clear over and over again and win off of CS. But it's a very different, okay, probably not the wall you were looking for there, Arrow. It's a very different strategy for AD Anivia, who's looking for much more just actual champion damage than you would necessarily expect to be the purpose, the method behind the madness for most Anivias. Trace, though, doing a good job at pushing back in, and even though he's about a wave of CS behind, the Glitter Lance is still landing, and well, wave consider it pushed. Arrow is having a little bit of a difficult time last hitting underneath turret. We'll hit most of them by all accounts. Is still about 9 CS up as the wave resets. You do need a 10 CS advantage to win the game off of just CS alone. I feel like the best champions are ones that will actually have a number of different options as far as like exactly how they want to win the game, not just their ability to win the game one way. You want to be able to win it based on what your opposing champion is. If you're playing against something super aggressive, the way you win the game is just not to die. So much pressure in your lane. Usually your team will be able to pick up overall more gold elsewhere. So just a thought. But as far as Arrow is concerned, he's playing AD Anivia, and you ask yourself, well, Rapid, what on earth is AD Anivia and why is he playing it? The answer is actually, I want to say fairly simple. I got a chance to talk to, I think I interviewed his, he was recently interviewed. And in the interview, he said that not only was he, fairly confident in situations like this, but in the recent, I guess, analyst panel, who was asking, we asked, which player would come out on top. I think Arrow won that as well. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Trace specifically, though, has always favored these like very, very heavy push-based champions, and slowly but surely is starting to win this push war right back. So I honestly can't complain too much about the Lulu pick. The Glitter Lance is, may not be quite as effective as pushers as things like I want to say not Black Shield, Tormented Soil. But at the same time, look at all this harass that Trace is putting down onto Arrow's turret specifically. I'm going to keep an eye on Shield coming up, anticipating a little bit of extra damage, but picks can only help you so much. Trace will back out without the majority of that damage done to the shield. Continue Lulu auto attacks onto this turret, and turret dropping very, very low. Now Trace is very vulnerable to going down. If this, oh my gosh, he's actually just gonna go for it. He's got a couple of more auto attacks, but using that giant growth there, somewhat premature. It cost a lot of extra mana. Arrow, though, is almost out of mana himself, so timing these backs equally, a minion will advance up the wave and give the information to Arrow that, yes, in fact, Trace is going back. And so now we finally get to see exactly how this matchup is going to play out. Double Doran's Blade, triple Doran's Blades, double Doran's Rings versus the holy quintility of 5 Doran's Rings here for Trace. Good sweet lord. This will be a game. That's for sure. We'll see if both the AD and the AP here from Arrow can make a difference onto Trace. Stun to come out. There's some more damage off of the Ice Shard. One more auto attack gonna come down. There's the crit coming down as well. Barrier used is gonna be 1, possibly 2 auto attacks away from death, but Arrow out of mana and out of the ability to follow up for the kill. If he gets just enough mana off of these last hits from Doran's Rings and is able to flash in there and pick up the kill, he is going to have to watch out for Trace's ability to save himself. Not only is he going to have that wild growth up in about 25 seconds, about 20 seconds, Arrow is going, Arrow at this point starting to get up there in CS. You can see good job by Trace, though, to have drawn things all the way back to even. And to be fair, this evenness in CS is after being behind, I believe, almost 9 CS. Trace just trying to desperately go up there, push the wave, make sure that these minions go in. There's the knockup. Trace gonna look in a little bit of different trouble here. Will be forced to either flash away. Actually doesn't have flash, has barrier. Where's the last auto attack? He's gonna egg Arrow, but can he finish off the kill? I don't think so. Now there are a lot of creeps there, but after being so low, Trace is just gonna be forced to run here. Arrow with that Cryo Phoenix egg popped, but still a kill nonetheless. If you kind of a wake-up call to Anivia, you have your passive popped, and that's gonna be all she wrote. Not exactly a super duper amount of flexibility. still closing in on victory conditions for both teams. For Arrow, he needs a grand total of, what is that? Let's see, 8, carry the 2. He's gonna need about 10 more CS to win the game. Of course, that would be 10 CS over Trace's CS. So just have to keep that comparative CSing in mind. He is level 9, and of course, with this sort of, you know, blade ring, blade combo that he's got going on here. You know, it's not incredibly surprising. The mobility boots picked up for Trace, I do not agree with. I think it would have been much better to pick up, I guess maybe Sorcerer's Shoes, but might not have had enough money to go for those. I don't think you sell a Doran's Ring to get Sorcerer's Shoes, just in case you don't have enough money. Selling items always pretty bad. It means you lose, like, you know, 10 to 20 CS based on the item that you sell, so probably never a good idea. But at the same time, this is coming down to it here. We're 13 minutes into the game. We're at 103 to 102 CS. The CS is identical, but now all with these minions pushing in. There is the Crystallize, trying to block out these minions just to keep them away from this turret, but we're gonna get one minion auto attack off of that wave, and slowly but surely this turret dropping lower and lower. Is this the win condition that Trace is gonna use to 2-0 Arrow and advance out of the group? I don't know about that. It's gonna be very difficult, but here we have a whole wave of minions pushing in. Trace actually gonna take a lot of damage. There's the Wild Growth just clicking away on the turret. Gonna go for the Whimsy. The last auto attack from Trace is good, and he'll take down the turret. And apparently the stream along with it. That is an unfortunate time to lag, but you can see the turret has clearly exploded. And there you go, solo king of this half of Group A-2 is Trace. Dominant 2-0 victory over Arrow, and of course, maybe not dominant isn't the word, but still an impressive way to win the game nonetheless. Had barrier health picks for the shield and a giant growth, just enough health to survive long enough to be able to tick down Arrow's turret. So congratulations to Trace. You'll be the second player today to advance out of his group along with Pure. Pure with a 2-1 over Pilot, and of course Trace with now a 2-0 over Arrow. They will advance to the playoff bracket to face off against Someday, who 2-1'd Nagne, and Marin took a 2-0 victory over Hachani. So it's going to be interesting to see an interview, get a little bit of insight here with Trace to check out how he felt about today's games. We'll be translating this interview for you guys here in just a little bit, so give me one moment. Let's see what's going on here with an interview with Trace.
진영에서도 그런 얘기 좀 많이 하더라고요. 네.
자, 이 독특한 트레이스 선수의 인터뷰, 승리 인터뷰를 한번 들어보는 시간을 가져봐야겠죠. 준비된 대로 바로 오늘 진행한 트레이스 선수의 인터뷰로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여러 가지 뭐 질문할 그런 것들이 많이 있습니다. 자, 어떤 거 좀 질문해 보고 싶어요?
Alright, so we have Trace on the phone. We'll be asking him a series of questions and getting his responses to them. So give me just a brief moment. We do not have translators like Barry or Chobra, so
공시원에서는 개인적으로 뭐 물어보고 싶은 거 없나요?
you can bear with us. It will be done in just a moment, and hopefully everything will work out. May actually have to skip the interview this time around, as my Korean is not fluent enough to be able to translate this on my own.
자, 결국에는 오늘 리그 오브 레전드 더 솔로 킹, 자, 오늘 준비된 경기는 모두 마무리가 되었고 이제 마지막으로 오늘 승리 12강으로 진출할 수 있는 진에어 트레이스 선수의 승리 인터뷰만을 남겨두고 있는 상황입니다. 자, 확실히 올라가면 올라갈수록 정말 재미있는 그런 경기들이 나오고 있습니다. 지금 수준의 경기들이 이런데 나중에 12강 결승전은 얼마나 재미있는 경기들이 나올까요?
네, 그리고 쟁쟁한 선수들이 아직도 많이 남았거든요.
그렇죠. 네, 뭐 페이커 선수를 비롯해서 역시나 많은 분들께서 기대를 하고 계시는 매드라이프 선수와 스페이스 선수의 내전까지
그렇죠.
준비가 되어 있으니까요. 앞으로도 리그 오브 레전드 더 코리아 솔로 킹 토너먼트 많은 관심과 사랑을 부탁을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그러면 오늘 경기들의 어떤 경기 결과가 나오게 되었는지 먼저 화면을 통해서 보여드리고 승리 인터뷰로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 A그룹입니다. 자, 개막전에선 썸데이 선수와 마린 선수가 올라가는 그런 모습들을 보여줬는데, 자, 오늘은 피오 선수와 트레이스 선수가 12강으로 올라가게 되었습니다.
이게 지금 보니까 KT도 올라갔고 SKT도 하나 올려놨고 나진도 올라갔고 진에어도 올라갔고 밸런스 맞게 다 그 소속팀에 하나씩 올라간 것 같아서 대진표가 좀 이쁘게 잘 됐다. 저는 좀 이렇게 보이네요.
그렇습니다. 이제 CJ도 올라가야겠죠.
그렇죠. 밑에
네.
또 CJ 경기가 많이 남아 있으니까요.
자, 이렇게 해서 오늘까지의 경기 결과가 나와 있는 대진 상황인데, 자, 뭐 12강까지도 정말 지금까지 걸어온 데도 정말 그런 팍 터지는 싸움, 불꽃 튀는 경기였었는데 12강 때부터 정말 기가 막히네요. 썸네이, 마린, 퓨어, 트레이스 이름만 들어도 승부 결과를 예측할 수 없는 대진이 완성이 되고 있습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 대진 상황까지 살펴봤습니다. 자, 이제 남아있는 것은 진에어 트레이스 선수의 승리 인터뷰인데요. 잠시 기다려주시면 준비를 된 대로 여러분들께 승리 인터뷰를 들려드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 날이 갈수록 재미와 그런 감동을 더해가는 오늘 코리아 솔로팀 토너먼트입니다. 자, 뭐 이후 경기를 3경기죠. 바로 내일 펼쳐지게 되는 월요일 경기입니다.
내일이죠.
네. 자, 이게 이제 경기 영상이 언제 나갈지는 저희가 확실하게 말씀을 드릴 수는 없겠습니다.
Still waiting on that last and final interview, guys. So stick around. We will have that interview coming up here in just a second with Trace, victorious winner of this half of bracket A2. So you don't want to miss that. We're still trying to unearth him. Trace too busy partying, celebrating his Solo King win. He's like got a piece of paper in front of him, just like drawing circles inside and just like tracing holes here and there and trying to fit his body through. I don't know how exactly that works, but it does appear as if we finally have Trace on the phone. So let's go ahead and get this interview started.
트레이스 선수.
네.
안녕하세요.
자, 오늘 진에어 트레이스 선수 12강 진출을 먼저 축하드립니다.
네.
덤덤하시네요. 뭐 당연히 올라갈 줄 아셨나요?
조금 불안했는데 생각보다 무난하게 올라간 것 같아요.
그렇습니다.
네.
자, 아무래도 가장 인상적이었던 경기는 마지막 그 룰루와 에로 선수의 애니비아의 경기일 텐데, 자, 경기
네.
치르면서 어땠나요? 자, 마지막까지 정말 쫄깃했었거든요.
마지막 경기는 그 1렙 때 괜히 부시에 숨어 있다가 그 손해를 좀 많이 본 것 같아서
그 점이 약간 좀 아쉬웠다.
네, 그게 아까 정경기에 타워를 치더라고요.
네.
타워 치던데 그거 한 번 더 치면 한번 죽여보려고 기다리고 있었는데 부시로 들어오더라고요. 그래가지고
그렇습니다.
많이 맞고 집에 갔어요.
오늘 경기 중에서 내가 이 판이 제일 힘들었다는 거 있으세요?
이 판요? 역시 마지막 판 그냥
마지막 판.
네.
역시 뭐 애니비아가 잘 버텼죠.
그렇습니다.
부시 안에서 죽을 뻔해가지고 마지막에
네, 굉장히 또 솔직한 그런 감성을 보여주시는 우리 참동가십니다. 자, 뭐 임시원에서도 궁금했던 점이 있었다고 들었는데요.
롤뿌린 선수 상대할 때 굉장히 무난하게 상대를 하셨는데 마지막에
네.
모르가나로 CS 하나 챙기는 건 의도한 건가요?
그걸 의도했으면 저는 너무 약간 인성이 쓰레기가 되고
네.
당연히 이게 의도적으로 한 건 아니고 그냥 W를 썼는데 그
Alright, well, let's go
모르가나
ahead and
약간
ask
복불복
Trace a
CS
couple of questions.
먹기에
Question is,
안 먹어져가지고 못 먹었어요 그냥.
그렇습니다.
congratulations to entering the final 12. Did you know that you would answer?
개인적으로
Did you
궁금한
know that
게
you would
이후
answer?
대전에 1대1
Of course, his answer
매치
was, I was
선수
a bit
아트록스
worried.
정도도 좀 생각해 볼 수 있나요?
But thankfully, I was able
아까
to
그
make it in.
퓨어 선수 그 렉사이
Another question
보셨죠?
asked, the last
그렇게
game was
될것
actually pretty
같아서
close
맞을 것 같아요.
with Lulu versus
네,
Anivia. And he says, yeah, when he was in the brush, I thought it was a little scary. I thought he would do what he did the first game when he hit the tower and was going to kill him. But he actually came into the brush and I almost died, so it was pretty scary. Next question is, thank you for being so
오늘은
honest.
약간 준비된 게 없어서 늘 하던 걸로
And
했는데
didn't
다음 경기는
quite
약간
catch his answer
좀 더
to that.
재밌고 약간 좋아 보이는 거 준비해서 연구 좀 해가지고 좀 더 재밌는 경기 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
네, 자,
감사합니다. 말씀도
지금까지
잘하시네요.
그렇습니다.
네.
자, 진에어 팀의 트레이스 선수였습니다. 자, 오늘 경기 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
All right, last
놀라운 게
question will be
준비를
coming
안
out
했는데
here in
이
just a
정도면
second.
준비하면은 트레이스 선수 진짜
As we get ready to
무섭거든요.
close out the day, of course, this is the last game of the day. So, of course, last answer is that he didn't actually prepare anything special. but it wasn't as fun for his last match. So he said he'd prepare a little bit more for a fun match next time, and wanted to thank everybody for cheering him on. So that is going to be it for the Solo King for today. If you guys have missed any of the Solo King action, of course, stay tuned to Azubu TV. You can, of course, catch the VODs after tonight's programming, and of course, if you have liked the players, you can find most of these players actually streaming their games here on Azubu TV. Trace actually is streaming right now, so if you want to go watch the guy that just won his Solo King matches, Trace will be streaming, so definitely go back and check him out. And of course, continue to support all of the Korean streamers here on Azubu TV. You can find their streams on the Azubu front page. Of course, do want to give a big shout out to them for making the Solo King possible. Of course, thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you have any feedback about today's games, you can leave it for us on Twitter. Tweet at Azubu TV, hashtag the Solo King, and of course, I would love to hear what you thought about tonight's broadcast. Of course, if you'd like to follow me on Twitter, you can find me on Twitter at RapidCasting. I'd love to hear what you thought about tonight's show, and if you have any room for improvement, I would love to hear what your thoughts are about the broadcast. Thank you very much for watching. This is going to do it for the Solo King day number 2. For scheduling information, player info, and everything you could possibly want to know, head over to azubu.tv for more information. Thank you for watching, and have a great night.
Welcome to another day of the League of Legends Top Fails. This is day 348. Hope you guys enjoy. Let's begin. Starting off at the number 3 spot, we have the blue team with the red team inside their jungle. The blue team will quickly surround, catching out the red team Thresh and eventually finishing him off. This will leave Fizz in a somewhat bad spot as he heads towards his friendly Gnar. He's going to run into 3 enemies as Anami Bubble and the Morg Binding go out, both missing. Fizz then leaping the wall with the Playful Trickster will be followed up upon by Lee Sin. Luckily, he does have the Zhonya's, but the blue team, as he comes out, unable to land the skill shots needed or finish him off, as he is able to use that Playful Trickster and his flash to get away and back to base safely. Coming in at the number 2 spot, we have the blue team Jarvan and Yasuo with the red team Rengar going for the invade. Jarvan will catch him out with the standard and the Dragon Strike. He will be able to take his own buff back, but as he goes for the kill on Rengar, Rengar is going to flash into the bush as Jarvan flashes over the wall. Falling for the fake, Rengar then will get set up for an easy kill as the blue team Yasuo comes to investigate, but ended up paying with his life as Rengar gets out of there with the easy kill. The top fill of day 348 is going to belong to the red team Vi, Alistar, and Miss Fortune in this one, with the blue team Yasuo down in the bot lane with his friendly Nami. Yasuo going for the kill on Miss Fortune, but in the process dropping low. Miss Fortune does manage to kill on Nami, but Yasuo with the revenge in his eyes will be able to flash ahead and take the kill on Miss Fortune. Alistar staying a little too long, taking way too much creep damage, will fall back through the river as Yasuo going for the chase. Having second thoughts though as he runs into the enemy as the ball misses. Yasuo will dash to a minion heading towards